Gaming news today is all about breaking silence. First, PlayStation has finally broken their vow of silence after making all of the gaming world furious with their announcement about the end of physical. But is the internet taking their return to normal marketing very well? Well, of course they're not taking it well. We're going to talk about what's going on and why I really wouldn't call what's happening very productive. Second, Blood of Dawnwalker previews are here. And speaking of breaking silence, I'm being interrupted. What's the problem, buddy? Yes, go ahead. There we go. It's been a bit of a strange morning this morning in the home. And my son had a quick question for me as I started the show. Blood of Dawnwalker previews are here. One particular mechanic will get a lot of attention, and a very unique approach that they're using to progress the story and the game world, and we're going to talk about it. Third, the CD Black Flag Resynced review embargo has dropped. It's scoring a teeny bit lower than the original. We're going to look at maybe what some of the issues are. It looks like it's mostly good, but there are some nagging issues. Now, if you're watching this later and you want to support my content, really great way to do that is to hit like and hit subscribe. We do have a members-only Discord, and we do extra stuff in there. So if you decide to become a member or a sub, that supports me directly, and it gets you access to that space. So let's get into the first one here, which is the situation with PlayStation, which is obviously got people, doing gamer things. 6 days. That is exactly how long PlayStation went completely dark on social media. After the absolute firestorm surrounding their upcoming plans for dropping physical media entirely, Sony enacted a total corporate blackout. No tweets, no updates, post anything. They went dark. And if they thought a 6-day cooling off period would let the internet calm down, move on to the next drama, and forget about the shift to all digital, well, that has not happened. PlayStation broke their silence on Twitter, attempting to slide sort of back into their standard marketing schedule, but the community was waiting for them, and right now PlayStation is finding out that you cannot just hit the button or mute button on your fan base and then just expect to come back and have nothing happen, especially when such a seismic change has been announced. But here's the problem. While the anger is completely justified, the way gamers are fighting back right now is just a waste of energy. It's also hitting the wrong targets. The moment PlayStation started tweeting again, the community weaponized the platform's features. We're seeing sort of brigading on every single post. Users are continuously trying to get community notes attached to anything PlayStation is marketing. Gamers are trying to force context onto promotional tweets, explicitly calling out Sony's stance on digital licensing, consumer rights, and the phasing out of physical discs. But it's expanding beyond just hitting Sony directly. This is also causing some collateral damage. Angry gamers are swarming Instagram and Twitter posts for titles that have absolutely nothing to do with PlayStation's corporate policy. A quick look at the marketing post for The Blood of Dawnwalker will put this on display. Promos for this game are getting blasted in the comments, along with proposed community notes that have nothing to do with the game. And the reason? Well, because the posts are coming from PlayStation. Let's be real here. Games like The Blood of Dawnwalker have marketing campaigns that were set, scheduled, and agreed to months ago. These studios and marketing teams are just executing their planned calendar of when they're supposed to say stuff. They are not the ones writing the executive policies at Sony. They did not decide to phase out the disk drive or physical discs. They are just caught in the crossfire of a war that they didn't start. And tanking their metrics or, abusing tweets about their game doesn't really hurt the executives that are making these rules. And look, I get it. I do. I get it. The frustration is real. People have massive physical libraries that they see are basically coming to an end. They won't be able to add to those physical libraries any longer. The anxiety over losing the right to own your games is a massive deal for the industry, but we need a reality check on how we're spending our energy. Brigading a community manager on Twitter or putting a sarcastic note on a marketing tweet is just completely unproductive at this point. You've made your point, you've expressed that you don't like it, but now we're just going to the point of just sort of mobbing anything that they say, and it's likely to not have any effect. PlayStation's not going to look at a flooded comment section and say, you know what, let's completely reverse our multi-billion-dollar infrastructural shift, spin our physical disc manufacturing plants back up to maximum capacity and change our entire 10-year roadmap because people are angry on Twitter. It's just not going to happen. The corporate machine has already made its move. Flooding scheduled ads with angry text doesn't change policy. It just creates noise that executives are easily going to filter out. If we want to actually protect ourselves as consumers, we have to stop fighting a battle that's already over and start fighting for what actually matters. If the industry is forcing us into a digital-only ecosystem, which they've done in many other capacities, digital is essentially taken over, then the rules of engagement for how we buy games has got to change fundamentally. The real right now, or the real fight now, is the right to true digital ownership, especially with so many indie and AA games that are available digital only. There are tons of games that come out that you don't even have the option to buy physical. That's already been happening because it's so much better for the devs and the studios with respect to the margins. And people say this all of the time. If buying isn't owning, then piracy isn't stealing. This quote's been echoing across the internet, and it's pointing to the legal battleground that we are now occupying. But the quote is often used to justify stealing games, when it should be highlighting the fact that we need consumer protection, not widespread wanton theft of digital games, which is fundamentally counterproductive. You won't have games to steal in the future if everybody just starts stealing. Right now, when you buy a digital game, you don't own a piece of software. You own a temporary revocable license that a publisher can pull from your account if they feel like it, or they can do it when the servers go down or when the licensing agreement expires with somebody that has nothing to do with you. If physical media is being phased out, our focus needs to shift toward hard consumer protection laws. We need to push for, first and foremost, legal frameworks that grant permanent access to digital purchases. Second, we need some ability to sell or transfer these digital game licenses to other people. Third, we need clear legislative penalties for corporations that delete content that consumers paid for without offering them full refunds. This is a fight that actually has teeth. This is a fight that can change where we stand as consumers. So stop wasting ammunition on scheduled marketing tweets and innocent third-party developers. If we're going to push back, let's push where it actually hurts them. The legal definition of what it means to buy on a digital storefront. But I want to hear from you. Do you think the social media pushback is doing anything to slow Sony down, or is it time to shift the strategy toward actual legal digital ownership? Drop your thoughts in the comments below and come on and talk about it. Stop by one of my live streams so you can be part of the discussion. But we've got more things to talk about. Speaking of breaking silence, we got some really, really good things to say about Blood of Dawnwalker. The first major hands-on previews for the Blood of Dawnwalker have officially dropped, and the response isn't just positive. Some are saying that this could be a Game of the Year contender. If you've been waiting for a dark fantasy experience that actually respects your intelligence, treats morality like a big, huge shade of gray, and it innovates on open-world questing, well, the previews will probably excite you. I want to quickly give a breakdown of the previews based on the 4-hour playable demo, and I want to highlight why this game is turning some heads, how its unique time mechanic works, and what you can expect from gameplay. First, let's talk about who is making this. The Blood of Dawnwalker is the debut title from Rebel Wolves, a studio built by former CD Projekt Red veterans, including Conrad Tomsquieux. I don't know how to say that. Anyway, that was the actual director behind The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt, so good pedigree there, and that pedigree shows up in almost every single preview. The game is set in 1349 inside a fictional gothic world where the Black Death is running amok. You play as Cohen, a young miner who is turned into a Dawnwalker. You're basically a half human and a half vampire. Your sister is dying, your mother is ill, and you have to make a choice. Do you save your family, or do you burn the regime to the ground? So that's essentially what you're going to be, faced with many times in this game, which is where I think you really start to encounter the time mechanic. This is actually something that is going to make this game unique from many perspectives, because this is what many people have started to talk about. You basically have a 30-day time limit. You have exactly 30 days and nights to stop the big bad and save your family. Now, if you're like me, that might sound bad. Nobody really likes to be under the gun. But before you panic, this is not a real-time ticking clock like in Majora's Mask. It is actually something that will pass, not because you're wandering around or sorting in your inventory. Instead, time is a currency. Major narrative actions, side quests, resting, or even spending time reading a book to learn Latin will consume little pips on an in-game hourglass. Previews, and from some of the outlets, are actually praising this as a stroke of genius. It means every single action has an opportunity cost. If you spend an afternoon helping a local villager, you might return to find out that, well, you were too late to brew medicine. Or there's a major NPC, right, that's been executed because, well, you weren't there to intervene. When you're spending that time, things will advance in the world. The level of quest reactivity here is vast, which should mean that no two playthroughs will look the same. Speaking of playthroughs, the day and the night aspect is another highlight from the previews. The core gameplay loop splits cleanly between day and night, and they're two very, very different experiences. During the day, Cohen's essentially a human, and the gameplay focuses on investigation, dialogue, and a more tactical and physical swordplay combined with some magic. The combat features a directional attacking and blocking system, sort of like in Kingdom Come Deliverance. You have to actively match the angle of your enemy's blade to parry or riposte, and that rewards you with deliberate timing over just doing some button mashing. But when the sun goes down, everything flips around. You unlock all your vampire powers, right? Your sword gets swapped for razor sharp claws. Your mobility becomes incredibly fast. You're a little bit more predatory. Previews describe it as feeling like Wolverine-esque mixed with some Batman Arkham-style traversal, because you can sort of run vertically up walls. You can use an ability called Shadow Step and instantly teleport across village rooftops. You're stalking targets from the shadows, so you need to be able to kind of stay on the move sometimes. Biting enemies mid-combat will help you regenerate health, managing a corruption system that's sort of fueled by the blood that you consume to unlock more powers. Now, if you don't like the direction style combat, you can switch it to a traditional action format. Now, this means you just have to time your blocks and your parries, but you actually use more stamina with this option. I think this is a great incentive to master the direction style blocking if you want to get better use out of your stamina bar. But obviously, if you want the more straightforward approach, it is available. So overall, what's the consensus? Well, the consensus across the board is a bit of a mix of shock and excitement. Critics who walked into the preview expecting a standard action game walked away smitten, they said, stating that they can't wait for the full release. From the deep moral choices to the satisfying directional combat, Rebel Wolves seems to have something very special here with their new IP. There were a few minor notes about performance hiccups with like texture pop-ins, and that was but this is an early preview build, so people were not too worried about that. Overall, this is shaping up to be a very solid next-gen RPG experience. So mark your calendars. The Blood of Dawnwalker officially launches on September the 3rd, 2026 for PS5, Xbox Series consoles, and PC. Is this one that you're looking forward to? Or will that flood of games in September make you sit this one out? Drop your thoughts in the comments below, and I'll catch you in the next one. All right, so good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. We're going to quickly pivot to just doing a quick review rundown of AC Black Flag Resynced. I don't know if you guys have seen. It has a very, very solid score, but it is actually lower than it was when it originally came out, which I find to be a little bit interesting. So we're going to do that very quickly now. I know there's lots of things to discuss. Hiroki Totoki sold a bunch of shares, and people are kind of worried. What does that mean? So currently, AC Black Flag Resynced has an 84 on Metacritic, and AC Black Flag Resynced over here on OpenCritic, I'm not sure what this is. Oh, hang on. Let's just take that off of there. And it is getting an 87. So, nothing bad here, I would say. Nothing bad here. But there were some nagging issues. It sounds like there are some issues that were bothering folks. If we view all platforms, 84 PC, 85 PS5, the 9 reviews on Xbox are actually landing a little bit lower at 81. So I would not consider this a bad score at all, but it is scoring lower than the original. So here's the thing. One of the best things to do right now would be to probably find out what people's issues are. It's also good to point out how easy it is to pull a score down. Like if you look here, let's just go back to the top. 94% of the reviews are positive. They're at that green score or higher. There's only 4 mixed. Okay? That's a really good ratio, and I think we always need to keep that in mind. It only takes a couple of scores to pull a score down. I'm seeing a lot of 80s, though. Those 80s are probably pulling the score down. That's not bad for this game. But I do want to see what the issue is. Eurogamer gave it 3 out of 5 stars, so theirs is registering as a 60. I absolutely love people using a 5-star scoring system as a Metacritic affiliate, and you don't actually give a 10-point scoring system for their aggregate. Well, pull yourself out of the tool then. You don't have to be a part of their platform. So let's go to Games Radar. Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced review. Far from smooth sailing, even though I love the original. Let's see if we can't go down and get a consensus. Oh, it's right here. Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced isn't smooth sailing. Strong pirate adventure foundations and roguish charm keep this remake afloat, but it splashes between wanting to be faithful and wanting to make adjustments. Not quite able to find an elegant middle ground between the two. Combined with bugs and other annoyances, this isn't the bold, confident swing that the predecessor was, but it's still a fun outing. So I don't think these scores are bad, but I think these scores represent that maybe this thing needed a little bit more time. Pros: Edward Kenway remains a true Ezio rival. Terrific voice acting across the board. Pirate atmosphere remains solid. Cons: excised content is disappointing. Maps can feel a bit small, caught between updating and being faithful. I don't know about the maps being small being a problem. Isn't that like traditionally something that actually like annoys people in these games? I don't have a scroll bar. I can't scroll down any faster than this. Usually I grab the scroll bar and go all the way to the bottom to get their closing thoughts. Even though I love the original case, Resync both changes too much and not enough. Decent improvements are here that I'd still recommend to a lot of players interested in a pirate adventure, but I also think the moment-to-moment in the original game remains enjoyable and better combat with more interesting challenges, especially if you play it on PC, leaving me in the tricky position of having no firm favorite. Black Flag Resynced is a decent remake of a great game, but can feel a bit rudderless. An unenviable position, an unenviable position for any remake that has so much to live up to. I did note, I believe it was Synth Potato who said they made changes to the combat that he did not like. Basically, you can't use the hidden blade in your hand-to-hand, which he felt like was a really bad choice. Let's see what the gamer says, giving it an 80. I have my scroll back. Here we go. So their cons are: revamped visuals and characters are jaw-droppingly gorgeous. Over a decade later, the open world remains a joy to explore. Edward Kenway is still one of the finest AC protagonists. Kicking people off roofs will never get old. Combat is sadly lacking in any sort of meaningful depth. The main story never truly hooks you. Side activities are undercooked and lack voice acting. What I wonder, though, is how many of these people remember the fact that, like, the combat, the hand-to-hand was very basic back then. I feel like they added to it. I'd have to see some side-by-side comparisons to see if that's a fair thing to take an issue with. I mean, I guess it's a fair thing to take an issue with if you were really hoping that they went further with evolving the combat. Push Square, PlayStation outfit here. Let's see what they have to say. 8 out of 10. A comprehensive Black Flag remake, new quest content and improvements, enhanced gameplay and combat, impressive graphics overall, fantastic weather system. Some parts feel dated, very annoying Animus hub elements. So they like the gameplay and the combat. I mean, they don't seem to have an issue with it. And if that PlayStation outfits are going to have like a tendency to lean towards like PlayStation games, so I would expect if they thought the combat was bad, they would let us know. I like VGC. I like the boys over there at VGC. They're giving it 4 stars, so they're giving it an 8 out of 10. Here we go down at the bottom. Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced is a great remake of a game that probably didn't need to be remade. Of all the games in the AC franchise, Black Flag holds up better than many. But that doesn't change the fact that I had a wonderful time going back. The cast, setting, and atmosphere are still one of the best ever realized in the series, and the new content feels right at home. Pros, Edward Kenway is still one of the best AC characters. Ship-to-ship combat at its best. Huge visual leap over the original. The new content fits right alongside classic missions. Mission design is pretty simple as a con. Combat is still very easy, and Freedom Cry expansion is missing. So it does seem like people aren't happy about the Freedom Cry expansion being missing. Screen Rant, ID, Game Reactor, Checkpoint Gaming. I like Game Informer. Let's see what they have to say, giving it an 83. They reviewed this on the PlayStation 5. For me, a lot of the joy and excitement of Assassin's Creed comes from visiting a new era in history and rediscovering the series' conflict through the lens of that time and place. This return to a familiar locale lacks that, but it should still offer it for newer players who never experienced the game more than a decade ago. But even without that sense of newness, Black Flag Resynced is an impressive rework, setting a high bar for how to return to an older action game and make it relevant once more. I'd prefer to sail to new horizons, but I'm also happy to rediscover a journey that reminds me why I embraced the franchise in the first place. So they don't do like the pros and cons. So I get what he's saying though there, like since it's a familiar locale, it doesn't have, that same punch that other Assassin's Creed games has. Just a few more here, guys. I do need to thank some people, though. Let's start things off. Han shot first, and so did you. DK Baker with a single. And a 5-bomb comes in from Ginger Prime. And then Joker Quinn does one as well. And we had a community train over there on purple, and nothing happened. But we have 19 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago. Okay, I have a couple people to thank. Wired Rope gifted one over here on purple. Rain Waters and Xanders both renewed. I'm not doing it for the 150 because I don't know who got it. Thank you so much, 17 months, Rain Waters, and thank you, Xander, for 14 months. The next milestone will be 175. I have no idea who got that milestone. When you guys do gifting and renewals during the show open, you just have to know that I can't track it. I'm not looking at the screen. Okay, V Game says it remains one of the ultimate ways to experience a fantastic adventure. Let's go to one of the higher scores here. Let's look for a 90. Game Rant here. Let's see what Game Rant has to say. I think they usually do the pros and cons at the bottom. They do. At its best, Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced firmly establishes the formula for new remakes in the franchise, if not all new Assassin's Creed games in 2026 and beyond should feel like. Oh, it's what they all, okay. And it's an absolute bottom of the ocean. At its absolute bottom of the ocean worst, it's a reminder of what made the Assassin's Creed franchise the beloved game series it was in the first place. And if you guys haven't hit the like button yet, try to get us to 200 likes really quickly. There's a lot of you here already. It delivers on all expectations of a remake, says Game Rant. The combat overhaul is game-changing and fantastic. The new content feels like a natural extension to the game. It's the best way for an AC fan to experience Black Flag now. Negative. A plethora of minor technical issues bombard the experience. Okay. So, it sounds to me like this one's really going to be subjective, boys. This one's really going to be subjective because some people are saying that the combat is great and others are taking issue with it. So I really do think this one's going to be split. I don't know where you're going to land on it. Like, I'm definitely going to be getting it and playing it, and I'll give you guys my feedback. I've not played Black Flag in such a long time. I don't think I'm going to be able to do a very good job of comparing the two. I mean, it's been so long. And the most recent Assassin's Creed game I played was Shadows, which I thought was good but also flawed. I thought it was good but also flawed. I thought there were some significant things they could have done better with AC Shadows. So PlayStation Universe, let's see what they have to say. And this will be the last one we look at. I think we've got a pretty good one. Pretty good look at the game here. Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced is a fantastic remake that adds meaningful changes and quality of life improvements that make an already stellar swashbuckling adventure an absolute must-have for PS5 owners. So they're saying it's a masterclass in how to do a remake. The game builds on the original, which was already a fantastic game in its own right, with meaningful extras and refines some of the rough edges while giving the entire package a stunning visual makeover. What's left is not only the definitive version of Assassin's Creed Black Flag, but one of the best entries in the franchise to date and perhaps the greatest pirate game ever to see the light of day. So it sounds like you can buy it with some measure of confidence that it's built well and people are enjoying it. You know what I mean? Like, not quite the universal praise that I was looking for, but still good. And a double dip comes in from Raijin. He is going to renew over there on Purple for 34 months, and over here on YouTube, Raijin hits 58 months and gets us to 152 on the week. I'm interested to see what you think about the combat. Apparently, they've refined the parry system. Yeah, it was interesting to me that they took the hidden blade out of the hand-to-hand. That was something I believe I was reading this morning on Twitter. I think it was Synth Potato who took issue with that. That they didn't think that they should have done that. But, you know, maybe they thought that it just didn't fit and they wanted to focus on the parries more. So I think the social media backlash is helping. I get the message. It gets the message out to more people, and hopefully the movement can eventually get the level of SKG where they're being engaged with politically. I mean, I'll definitely say that could be the silver lining of what people are doing on Twitter. I find it to be unproductive. I think what it ends up looking like to executives is just like a mobbing, like a brigading mob. So I just don't think it's productive, especially to be like doing it to tweets that have nothing to do with PlayStation. Like, they're promoting games because they're a major, you know, funnel for marketing, whether it's their YouTube channel or Instagram or Twitter. And, you know, the Blood of Dawnwalker has nothing to do with this. I think people are entering into that, like, we get into a bit of a mindless territory. Like, people are proposing notes on the one tweet that says, "We aren't going anywhere, lil bro." Like, that again is just like, you're not achieving anything. That's not what the community notes are for. Like, you're literally abusing the system. So you're just going to end up getting probably a lot of the notes, you know, removed because they're not legitimate. Community notes are designed to add missing context or to correct misleading information. All they did was say, here are some updates. Go read our updates. And now they're just going back to marketing as usual, whether it's the joystick or a video game or what have you. So the industry's just moved. You know what I mean? People need to realize that, like, you're fighting a losing battle. Like, I was telling people in the comments that were leaving comments on the videos, like, I get it. I understand why you're frustrated, but it's a losing fight. It is an absolute losing fight. And the other thing that everybody keeps ignoring is that right now there are tons of indie titles and AA titles that come out for your console that you can't get a physical version of. Are you going to boycott those games too? Are you going to punish smaller studios that have been doing this for a while, by the way? They've been doing digital only for a while because going physical is too expensive for them or too difficult, and the numbers are bad on physical. Like, they have to sell basically 2 physicals for every 1 digital to get the same amount of money. 120 stream streak for Wreckin' Havoc. Thank you, sir. You shouldn't tell people to not fight back. I'll tell them whatever the heck I want to tell them. That's what this country was built on, protesting, changing things. But I agree with the need to fight for the digital fight. I'll tell them what I think, and you're telling them what you think. That's what we're all doing. We're all using our ability to speak to say what we think folks should be doing. And I think fighting back on Twitter with brigades, mobs, and community notes, I think it's unproductive at this point. You've made your voices heard. You have a petition you can sign. You've made it clear that you don't want physical to go away, okay? It's going to go away. It's unavoidable, okay? You know, and brigading a tweet about the Blood of Dawnwalker is fundamentally stupid. It is. I think mobs prove that people will do things that are completely unproductive simply because, well, everybody's doing it, so let's just keep doing it. Like, they'll burn a city down because their team won or lost. Why? Well, because everybody's doing it. So it's like you're going to go and brigade tweets that have nothing to do with PlayStation or Sony or this decision. This country wasn't built on protesting collateral damage. Yeah, like, it's not like if you're going to protest something, great. If you go downtown to protest, you know, some change the government's doing and you're really angry and you start damaging local businesses in the process, that's not what this country was built on. That's not what protesting is supposed to be about. 200,000 signatures. The 200,000 signatures on the petition are, I would say, an indication of how the internet can mobilize. That's all it really is. I don't think it's an indication of the global market's not going to get behind this to a large enough degree for them to change course. You need to listen to the way I phrase that very carefully. The global gaming market is not going to mobilize to a large enough degree to get them to change course. That is really the problem that you're facing. How do you feel about the petition, and did you sign it? No, I'm not going to sign it because that's not my position. I'm not going to sign something that I don't agree with. I don't think fighting for physical is a fight worth fighting. I think it's wasted energy. I think we should be fighting for true digital rights, true digital ownership. I think it's a far better fight. We are distracting from the real issue. You're creating a bunch of fireworks that will cause no heat. Alex with the $2 super chat. Do you think they'll update the Hidden Blade for combat? Maybe. I don't know. There are people saying they hope they do some updates to AC Black Flag. Look at China's gaming spend versus the U.S. Yeah, that's another thing to consider here, is that PlayStation's trying to move into the Chinese market. And if you look at the way they spend money and how they'll be far more receptive to a digital-only landscape, because they're very heavily into PC, which is a digital-only landscape already. You know? It's like fighting for floppy disks. I'll be 45 this year, and I've just lived through a lot of these medium changes, and I think that's one of the reasons why I just sort of shrug at it and go, I mean, you're not going to stop it, so what? I mean, it's okay to feel anger, okay? It's okay to feel disappointment. The feelings are fine. You're allowed to feel those things. The action that comes afterward, my personal opinion, is that we should be trying to be productive about this, unifying our voices as a global gaming community to say, hey, governors, hey, mayors, legislators, hey, presidents, wherever you live, we're not properly protected. We're not. We're not properly protected. What happens with my physical disc when the PS6 comes out? I don't really use the question command anymore. We're reworking the whole thing. I appreciate you guys that are still committed to using it. Nobody else really uses it. I appreciate that. I'm not pulling it up and doing it. I got to change all my screens to do it, and I'm just not doing it anymore. But I'll answer your question. Your physical discs, we don't know. And that, I have said, is a question that I think PlayStation should speak to. I think PlayStation should speak to, what do I do with my physical collection? Will I be able to get some kind of a disk drive for my PlayStation 6 to continue playing backwards compatible PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4 games? Will I be able to do that, or will I have to hope and pray that my PlayStation 5 never dies? Right? Like, if you have a large Nintendo cartridge collection, you have to have Nintendos in your possession that continue to work. You're dealing with the same thing here. Whether it's a GameCube or, you know, the original Nintendos like the 64, the Super Nintendo, and the NES, you need the cartridges, but you also need a Nintendo that works. You also need the ability to hook up the older AV cables or coax cables to HDMI televisions now. They don't respect you enough to even clarify that's the issue. I don't know if I would call it a lack of respect. I would say it's not a priority. Like, they don't want to distract from what's important, which is they've got to continue marketing and they've got to continue having games, you know, sell. Right? It's not a matter of respect. Like, I don't think people necessarily understand some of the times is it's like the gaming world is this giant machine that's always moving. It's always moving. There's always another thing coming out. There's always another thing that they have to market and sell. And they can't hurt that or harm that any more than they already have. They don't want to give people a reason to, like, not buy games or to be angry or what have you. They have partnerships. They have marketing spend. They have marketing dollars, they have investments, and all these things have anticipated return. And those returns can have a huge impact on whether or not studios continue to get investments and studios continue to get support or growth or what have you. So if you if you damage that, like if PlayStation damages that by coming out and fixating on this and spending a week talking about it, that actually can have a very, very negative effect on their efforts. Okay? They have until January 2028 to explain it. Stop with the respect nonsense. I was just going to kind of get to that point. They also don't have to talk about it right now. They have a very big year ahead of them that's important. They need Wolverine to sell well. They need all these third-party games to sell well. GTA 6 is on the horizon. That matters far more. Now, when they start marketing the PlayStation 6, that's when you can ask your question. You can't answer that question right now because the PlayStation 6 has not been formally announced. So they can't speak to it. Yeah, Brianna's getting to that. They did not announce the PS6, so why would they speak to it? That's exactly right. You're saying I'm not being respected because you're not answering a question about the next batch of hardware. I agree they need to speak to it. I don't think it's a lack of respect that they're not speaking to it right now. They have time. When they actually announce the PS6, they'll tell you. I think Colin made a good point on his podcast. They are losing credibility with the public that they have spent time building. When will that lack of credibility impact their business in a big way? Unfortunately, if you want this to be a situation where they're held accountable and it and things change or things get better or whatever, unfortunately they're in such a dominant position it probably won't affect them at all. Like globally, I think most people aren't paying attention to this. Lono might come across as tone deaf, but he's been unattached to physical media for quite some time. Nobody should be angry with him for being honest. Agree to disagree. Well, and a lot of what I'm saying is I hear you and understand your anger. I think your energy is better spent over here. And you might be like, no, absolutely not. It's spent right here. And it's like, that's fine. I'm just trying to say right now, you already have an ocean of games you can't buy physical. And nobody was incensed about that. Nobody has come out and brigaded and gotten angry about the literal ocean of indie titles and AA titles that you can only buy digitally. We tend to support these games. We tend to buy these games, and we help them to do well. Thank you, Dodeva, for using your Prime over there on Purple, getting us to 153 on the week. Dodev is also going to gift one over there. Thank you very much. Gets us to 154. Like, I understand your anger. I don't want to diminish that, but I can't keep playing, counselor. I can't keep playing gamer therapist here to be like, I see and hear and want to affirm your emotional state. Like, I can't do that every time we talk about this. Certainly, I'm sure people are glad that I don't do that, because then they can clip me and make me look like a jerk to be like, this guy just thinks that you're an idiot for having physical. I've never said that. I've said I get it. I understand. I would love for you to be able to continue to use those physical discs in the future. I do not like the fact that consumers are losing choice. But this was a long time coming. The double dip, though, my man Dodevas is going to come over here and get us to 155. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. 52 months is a lot of months. Removing physical media has nothing to do with credibility. Dodevas with the 5-bomb gets us to 160. The term credibility has to do with not following through on promises. PlayStation never at any point said they would indefinitely support physical. AOZ, it's all about perception, though. I think Colin is correct that many of the most ardent PlayStation fans, they do feel like this is a betrayal. It doesn't matter if you can literally objectively define it as a betrayal or a lack of credibility. It doesn't matter. If the consumer feels like there's a lack of credibility and that they've been betrayed, that's all that fundamentally matters. We know that's the case, which is why they play optics games all the time. It's why they landed this announcement when they did. They were hoping that Xbox would take the spotlight off of them. To be fair, Lono, that's because obviously the indie devs don't have the capital to create physical. That's why people accept it. These are AAA companies protecting their bottom line. Okay. You just said that both companies are doing the same thing. I'm going to read what you said again. I really want you to hear this, okay? Indie devs don't have the capital to create physical. That's why people accept it. So the indie devs are protecting their bottom line. They're making sure that they're profitable. You're saying these AAA companies are just protecting their bottom line. Yes, that's exactly right. The same thing that the indie devs are doing. You're just thinking that the scale is what matters. So if a business is larger, they don't have to do that. When you scale out a business and the business is larger, the business shouldn't protect its bottom line. What do you think would happen if companies did that and just shouldered losses and just ate the rising shipping cost? They just ate the rising raw materials cost and operational costs. Where do you think that money is going to come from? They're either going to take it out of their workforce by laying people off, which can end up making our experience worse because then productivity starts to suck, right? Or they raise the prices on things. Like, they're going to protect their bottom line no matter what, whether it's an indie studio with 10 people or a studio with 1,000 people. It doesn't matter. They're all doing the same thing. They're all making sure their operations versus revenue are healthy. They're all doing the same thing. Like, again, I understand your frustration, but I don't think people are looking at this thing in just like that business-oriented way. I wonder if a lot of the people that just accept this, I wonder if a lot of these people have worked for themselves or have been in a high-level management position. Like when you've worked for yourselves, I went on, I get reminders every once in a while on LinkedIn. And I've been working for myself for over 12 years. And I think when you do that, you just start to look at these situations a little bit differently. Record profits, by the way, that doesn't mean that that's going to happen in the future. Joker Quinn with a single gifted. That is another red herring that people throw out that is a complete distraction. Oh, they've made record profits. Yeah, so what difference does it make? Imagine that you have a lawn care business and you've made record profits. But going forward, you see that gas prices are going up and you're going to have to give all of your people raises because cost of living is going up. Your record profits don't mean squat when you're planning for the future and you're thinking about how do I maintain my margins. People keep throwing that out like it's like an indictment or record profits and they're still doing this. Yes, that's correct. That's how businesses operate. Welcome to the real world. Yep. Record profits don't mean they stop caring about profit. Well, guys, we had record profits. Who cares what happens in the future? Raw materials more expensive? Gas is more expensive? Oh, less companies are making the Blu-ray parts and pieces that we need? Less companies are stamping the discs? That's fine. No, that's fine. We made record profits after all. We can just be reckless with our money now. Like, that's not how companies like this operate. They're constantly monitoring the trajectories of these types of things because it can literally eat into their profits. Microsoft makes trillions and people are cheering for their layoffs. Give me a break. Yeah, that is fair. If you're one of the people shrugging about the layoffs at Xbox and saying that it's necessary and this was a long time coming, you want to talk about record profits. Microsoft, as a parent company, makes stupid amounts of money. They could have shouldered another 5 years of funding these studios under the new paradigm of game sales suddenly matter. It's funny hearing people that commonly talked about how sales don't matter suddenly saying that sales matter as they say that these studios are expendable. These people simply parrot what they're told to say because they don't actually care about the studios or the games. You don't get to talk about this. You don't get to talk about a company's record profits and taking away physical if you don't give a frick about these studios getting closed down by probably the largest software company in the world. Genshiro says, I think that's what everybody is missing. They are preparing for the future and the increase in parts that has been forecasted. Think about it from this perspective as well. You guys are seeing the headlines that like Hiroki Totoki is selling shares. He's kind of like selling some of his shares or whatever. That homie's probably getting ready to retire. That'd be my guess. I wouldn't be surprised if within the next 12 months Totoki retires. He sees what's coming. I think a lot of the old heads are going to get out. They're going to be like, people are like, well, he's only in his 50s. That doesn't matter. The level of money he's making, you can totally retire in your 50s when you're making that kind of money. I think they see what's coming and they're like, yeah, this is about to get very volatile. This is about to be a very, very stressful time to be doing hardware. We're a technology company. he's probably wanting to get out. I wouldn't be surprised at all if that's why he's selling his stocks. He's about to get out because it's about to be bad. He doesn't want to be at the helm. You know, he's like, listen, I've had a good run. I'm going to get out on top. You know, I'm going to get out on top because it's about to become a mess. What the AI companies are doing to the global industry. I mean, what's good, Feed? I see you in the chat. That homie's getting out. That wouldn't surprise me in the least. People are like panicking and saying like, oh my gosh, I can't believe he's selling his stock. And I'm like, yeah, he's probably about to retire. He doesn't want to ride this wave. He doesn't want to ride this wave. Every CEO does that from time to time, especially toward the end of their career. Yeah, that's what I think is probably coming. PS6 is about to hit an iceberg. It depends on how much they were able to procure, like contractually, with some of these companies as far as pricing goes. Like if they were able to lock some things in, I don't know. Cash out and run. Yeah, I mean, if I was in his position, I'd get out too. I would not want to be at the helm of a technology company, of a hardware company, going into what we're about to go into. I'd get the heck out too. I'd be like, yeah, I'm good. I'm gonna cash out my stocks and I'm gonna retire and I'm gonna go prop my feet while the rest of you get heartburn every day. I'm out of here. It's awful timing to sell stocks. Why? Their stock value went up. What do you mean? They made their announcement and the stock value went up. He sold after. The reports I saw stated, this might have been an error, but the reports I saw stated he sold them after. The stock value went up. The sale of the stock was pre-scheduled. Apparently it happens all the time. Yeah, I don't think this is like, oh, here comes bad news, I better sell my stock right now. The stock went up. Like, I'm telling you, he's probably getting ready to retire. I mean it. He's probably going to get the frick out. He's going to be like, I'm going to let you young men take the helm. I don't need this stress. You know what I mean? I don't need this stress in my life. He's, going to deal with blood pressure and heartburn every day for the next 5 years. It's going to be a trying time. It really will be. You have to think about this. I think a lot of the times we dehumanize executives and we think that they're just like these heartless bean counters. But there has to be a pretty significant amount of stress on someone's mind and on their heart that if they make a bad decision or a bad call, it has ramifications that ripples out and can literally cost people their jobs. Right? Like, and Japanese owned and operated companies tend to be very careful there, and they'll take pay cuts and stuff. We've seen that happen with Nintendo. But even still, you have to know that, like, if I make a mistake here, this could literally cost people their jobs. Because that's just the way that it goes. Like entire, sections of a company can get laid off or shut down because of bad business choices or because of how things move. Stock went up 3%, but it's been down like 22% for the last few years. It's down a little bit today. Last 5 years? No, it's not. Last 5 years, up 6%. So, not even remotely correct. You go 1 year, it's been down. It's been down $10. Now, this is likely in response to what's been going on with hardware. Shareholders are probably getting freaking skittish. Hardware companies in general are probably facing this. They're probably facing a lot of nervous shareholders because they're looking at the tech sector and they're like, yikes, this is about to be bad, This is about to be bad, right? Maybe I glanced at... I mean, if you glanced at 1 year, it is down. But again, I bet you if you go to any hardware company, they're all looking at the last 12 months aren't great on their stock value because hardware has become incredibly volatile. Now, software is not doing too bad. If you look at companies like if you look at, wait, I clicked on the wrong thing. If you look at companies like Take-Two, obviously, Take-Two's a bit up and down every single day because people are obviously riding the high, and then when it gets to a high point, a bunch of people sell in anticipation of GTA 6. Ubisoft's had a teeny bit of a bump back. Tesla's been all over the place. Tesla will go all the way up to 400 and then 450 and come all the way back down to 400. Just up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Like a lot of the more technology focused stocks have been incredibly volatile. Just like they'll go up and they'll come down, and they'll go up and they'll come down because, the global situation will make that happen. People be like, oh, everything's getting better. And then the stocks go like this. And then, a country does something, or our country does something, and then they come plummeting back down. And then the AI situation the last 12 months of Sony stock has come down $10. Many hardware companies are probably having similar experiences because it's creating volatility and it's making people skittish, and so they sell. Seems odd to sell now. Sure, stocks are up, but for how long? Look at the pushback on marketing after their digital announcement. Their last post on Twitter is getting bombarded. Marketing matters. Twitter doesn't matter at all. I really need you guys to get that. Twitter doesn't matter at all. Their tweet was getting annihilated 7 days ago, and their stock was going up, brother. Like... You see that. Stare at that straight-faced with your eyes wide open. That tweet was on fire. It was on fire, and their stock value was going up. I'm telling you, Twitter is now seen as just a mindless mob, because most of the time that's what it is. It's literally become the a Thunderdome, a public space Thunderdome. It has no power. Shareholders don't look at Twitter and give a rip about anything. No, there wasn't a single person that day that was like, I don't know, dude, that tweet's getting kind of cooked. The stock value went up. That tweet is one of the most brigaded against tweets I've ever seen. And their stock value went up while that thing was literally roasting. Red hot, viral. Executives, the C-suite, the people with the money are all like, so what? $2 from Daniel, expecting 1,000 PlayStation 6 to sell. PS3 start-of-gen levels. Oh, that's another subject entirely. I think the PlayStation 6 is going to have a slow start, and it has nothing to do with the physical thing. It's because the price isn't going to be very good. It's a microcosm of how players feel. It's not nothing. In the realm of business, it's nothing. It's nothing. We have seen people brigade, scream, yell, hate, flood the comment sections, and go spam the dislike button on video games, and then they do just fine. And then they all lick their wounds by going and talking about something else. Luna probably has stock in Sony. He's getting worried. No, I don't have stock in Sony. I wouldn't have stock in a hardware company right now. That would be a really, really stupid thing to do. The tech sector, the hardware sector specifically, is so volatile. If you own stock in a hardware company right now that isn't like Micron, you're an idiot. And I don't even own any Micron. If you have stock with Sony or anybody else that makes like hardware or peripherals or things like that, I don't know why you'd hold on to it unless they're in a good place and they're rising. There'd be no reason to have Sony stock right now. Excuse me. The anti-consumer lawsuits could affect them eventually. I don't think so. All the noise and only 200,000 people are willing to sign a petition. Even a million wouldn't be a lot. I have stock in Sony. I enjoyed watching it rise after they announced they were killing physical. I think holding on to any kind of physical, like any kind of company like Sony, I think is very risky right now. Just because it's just too volatile. It would give me indigestion. I wouldn't be able to do it. Some people hold, and it pays off, right? You know, because in 5 years maybe things turn out for the better. But yeah, I'd be nervous to hold on to any of it right now. It's just volatile. I'm not dooming. It just I can't do like when it's doing that. No thanks. No thanks. I think the PS6 sells around 50 to 60 million units after 5 to 6 years. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to speculate how many units they're actually going to sell, but I will say this. I think the biggest problem with the PlayStation 6 is going to be the price. I don't think it's going to be the shift to digital. I don't think the shift to digital is what's going to hurt it. I think what's going to hurt it is the price. You know, if it's $800 or $900, they're gonna do everything they can to keep it under $1,000. Because people are saying, oh, it's going to be $1,000, it's going to be $1,200. Okay, I think people are doing. One of the things that's been happening in gaming lately is people will make predictions, and they're not predictions. It's what they hope happens. PlayStation's going to go day and date. I mean, remember, we had to listen to that for about a year. We had to listen to just the same, just hollowed out, zero business analysis predictions from people who said the ABK deal was going to be good. Those same people were like, oh yeah, PlayStation's going to go day and date on PC. Yeah, exclusives are going away. Like, a lot of the times when you hear people say things, they're not making a prediction. They're hoping that it happens. There are people that hope the PlayStation 6 is that expensive because they know that their company is coming out with expensive stuff, like with Steam Machine. Helix is a giant question mark at this point. A lot of the predictions about the price of the PlayStation 6 is literally coming from people that are not making a genuine prediction. They're doing the same thing they did when they said that, oh yeah, PlayStation's going to go day and date. It wasn't a genuine prediction. They were hoping that happened. They wanted the company that they didn't cheer for to do the thing that their company did, that made them mad. They were mad that Xbox did it, didn't want to admit to it, and they were like, oh, PlayStation's going to do the same thing. And they're mad that Steam Machine came out and is way more expensive than anybody hoped that it would be. Given its, actual power thresholds, the pricing is a bit of a joke. And then Helix is likely going to land in similar pricing thresholds if it actually comes to market. So what do? They look at PlayStation like, oh yeah, it's going to be like $1,300. It's not a prediction. It's just them hoping that happens. 145 bits from Wired Rope. Never forget, games are too expensive to make, so games have to be everywhere to make profit. But a subservice where you don't buy games is a totally profitable and reasonable. Yes. Just contradictions stacked on top of contradictions. Oh, and a side note. This story that's making the rounds, that they're going to make more games exclusive, people need to be really careful. Because Asha Sharma didn't say that. That's coming from a Bloomberg article that was literally linking to her original memo. That's not new, and it's being circulated like it's new. That's not a new development. She didn't say, oh, we're going to be making more of our bigger titles exclusive. That was something that a Bloomberg person wrote and then linked to the memo. They were doing kind of like a summary statement. They were summarizing something that she had said in that original memo weeks ago. And it's being circulated like she just said it, which is kind of interesting. After listening to a bunch of Defense Force people say that it's okay these studios are getting closed down because they didn't sell enough copies, and then you'll cheer for games going exclusive to the smallest console footprint out there. It's just, the logic is so dizzying. These companies, it's okay to shut them down. They didn't sell enough copies. And then you'll cheer for future games to be limited to your box, which is the smallest footprint. So you can justify closing those studios in the future because they won't sell enough copies. It's just brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. cheer for the fact that you don't have to buy games. Now you're cheering for the fact that you're going to go back to doing exclusives. And then you're okay with studios getting closed down because they didn't sell enough copies. I wouldn't let these people run a lemonade stand. I feel like they wouldn't understand how to give people change. She said at least one exclusive a year during the Xbox showcase. I don't think she said that. It wasn't Schreier that wrote the article, no. It was like somebody named Celia or something. She writes for Bloomberg. And it wasn't a new statement. It's being couched as a new statement. It's not a new statement. It's just the generic thing she said in her memo weeks ago. It's being circulated as something new because why? Xbox is looking terrible. So everybody will start to circulate something as if it's new to re-ingratiate the base. They're going to do more exclusives. Studios like id Software are on fire, and you're like, they're going to do more exclusives. Oh, yeah? Okay. My concern is that if Xbox really wants to bring exclusives back to the platform, they'll buy that right, keeping games off PlayStation, which I personally don't want, and I don't even own a PlayStation. They're not going to spend that money. Ginger, your fear, I get it. It ain't going to happen. Let me put your fear to bed. Microsoft is not going to get out the checkbook anymore to write big checks like that. To be like, hey, we want your game exclusive over here. No. Daddy snapped the checkbook shut. No more. It's over. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. And the response to some of the things I've just said will be, oh, so it's okay for PlayStation to do exclusives but not Xbox. That's a fundamental admittance that you don't understand the conversation if that's your response. You're just admitting you do not understand the conversation. Microsoft and their studios, Xbox and their studios, they need at this point to make tons of money to survive. Y'all are going to shrug. And y'all are going to be like, it is what it is. This is just the way the world works. This is just the way of business. They didn't sell enough copies. You're going to shrug at that, but then you're going to cheer for them to limit the sales of future games. That's idiotic. Sorry. It's inconsistent. It's delusional. It's idiotic. If it's okay for them to shut down these studios because they didn't sell enough copies, you should not be celebrating anything that would limit the sales of future games. PlayStation can do it. PlayStation has a footprint. PlayStation has hardware out there that people buy the games on. You can play attach rate argument all you want and talk about how Astrobot only sold that many, but they were very profitable for their operational size, and they're probably working on a game right now. Like, their games sell well on their platform, and those studios have been reinvested in and have grown. Xbox doesn't have that. They don't have that. They don't have a user base that likes buying games, as they bragged about not buying games for the last 6 years, and they don't have enough consoles in circulation. Sony only makes a few serialized single-player games a gen at this point. We're lucky if we get one a year, let alone two from internal teams. So, what are you saying? Are you saying that that's how that what you're? Are you arguing cost, or are you arguing value? Are you saying that's a problem or a good thing? If they get rid of Game Pass, what other option is open other than exclusives? They're becoming a publisher. When they make it clear that they've just become a publisher and that's really all they do, then people will contort and find a way to celebrate that. They'll be like, yeah, look how much money we're making. Our games are at the top of your sales chart, so nah. Like, that's what it'll return into. Do you know that Sony's president sold shares? Already talked about it. he's probably getting ready to retire because he sees what's coming with hardware, and he's like, I'm good. I'm getting out of here. The AI problem and the RAM crisis, that homie's probably getting ready to retire. Tycho with 7 months. Welcome back. Yeah, when they become the Sega of our time, people will find out a way to act like that's a good thing and what they hoped for all along. Just watch. They are years away from being exclusively a publisher. I'm talking about until then. You think they're years away? I don't. I think they're doing it right now. Vice president's gone. They're doing it right now. They are. In my opinion, if Xbox wants to stay and compete, they need to make hardware that is developer friendly for third parties, and it has to be graphically better than Sony hardware. They have to get players to come over because they have the best hardware to play on, not the best exclusives. That's never going to work. The Nintendo Switch 1 says hi. Like, I appreciate what you're saying, but you're thinking at it from your perspective. The Nintendo Switch 1 is like, yeah, that's not what people respond to. No. You need games. That's what you need. I'm glad Xbox folded. They didn't have any good games. That's right, Anthony. That's what they'll say. Yeah, I'm glad they folded. They didn't have any good games anyway. I'm glad they became a publisher. I just disagree with that. Doesn't even seem possible to change that drastically in a year or two from now. What are you talking about? You sound like all the people that said that 2 years ago about where we are now. That's what you sound like, Solemn. They are a shell. They started this gen just 6 years ago. They started this gen with all these promises, and look where we are now. It only took a couple of years. The amount of time between the Just 4 Games podcast and today is like we blinked and we're like, oh gosh, everything's different. It doesn't take long at all. They did it so fast. I think Xbox is going to be a huge global brand. Oh, thinking that Xbox is going to be some huge global brand, the money spent for infrastructure, investments in marketing, advertising in this economy would be astronomical. Yeah, they made their run of it. I mean, this is relevant. You guys have to understand something. You know, somebody was asking about like PlayStation in this current situation and like losing credibility. And I think this is playing a part. Like they are so dominant that like it just doesn't matter. Like the amount of people that are actually going to stick to their guns. How many people, like if there's 10 people, let me read this super chat. $5 from Forget Me Not. The hypocrisy of digital virtue signaling while the same people pre-order GTA 6 $100 version without seeing gameplay is astonishing to me. Here's the thing. Let's say there's 10 people that have ardently and very strongly said, I'm done with PlayStation. I'm not going to buy the PlayStation 6. I'm not going to buy any of their games. Okay? Out of 10 people, how many people do you actually think stick to their guns? Like when the dust settles and the right trailer hits and the right game releases, how many people do you actually think out of the 10 stick to their guns and absolutely walk away from PlayStation or from gaming in general? Because like, where are you going to go? I mean, I guess some of them say they're going to PC or like Nintendo. I'm seeing a lot of 3s and 2s. Yeah. Out of 10, you guys are like, yeah, a couple will probably actually stick to their guns. So what that means is, even as big as this number gets, whether you've got your petition or your brigading or your angry tweets, it's very likely that a heavy percentage of these people are not going to stick to their guns. The people that actually check out and stop caring, stop talking. Right, you don't hear from them, Zubair. That's exactly right. Like, the true apathy that settles on people when they walk away from a hobby like this is you don't even hear from them. They just kind of vanish. They just take up fly fishing, and you're like, yeah, whatever happened to Steve? And they're like, I don't know. And then one day you run into him in the grocery store, and he's like, yeah, I don't do that anymore. I do this now. Here's the thing they don't want to hear, and here's the thing they don't want to admit. Their passion betrays them. Their anger and their passion about this betrays them. You're too invested. That's why you're so angry. That's why you're so passionate. When you have that level of passion and fervor, do you have any idea how hard it'll be to just completely walk away and be like, I'm done. I'm done. I'm not playing Spider-Man 3 or Intergalactic. I'm not playing that new Uncharted. I'm not playing GTA 6. Like, do you know how difficult that'll be for people with this level of passion, fervor, and care? You've been collecting, like, you have a wall of games. A wall of games. You are that passionate. You are that into this. You're just going to walk away? The number of people that actually do it, I think they're minuscule compared to the rest. I think the average person's going to be like, brother, I'm just going to keep gaming. I'm just going to keep gaming, bro. Like, I'm not going to miss out on these games, dude. I'm not. More than you think? No, I don't think so. Consumer behavior is incredibly easy to predict. Consumer behavior is incredibly easy to predict. Consumers take the path of least resistance. Digital is an easy thing for people to just kind of fold into. It's super easy for them to fold into it. They're like, wait, what did you say? I can't buy a physical version of that game? I mean, I thought the trailer looked pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, I'm still gonna get it. I just click buy. It's right here. I just download it. I mean it. I do not think most people stick to their guns here. It's why they're giving you 2 years to get over and accept it. That's not bad analysis, Omar. That might be part of the reason they got this announcement out there. Because as the dust settles and as people calm down, and then all of a sudden in the middle of next year, they drop a trailer for something to get you really excited, you're going to have a really hard time staying mad. You're going to have a very hard time staying mad. Think about it. Are you, like, summer of next year, Summer Game Fest is going to hit, State of Play is going to be going on. Think about how quick people have forgiven Xbox. They put on a showcase and everyone's like, all's well. Like, by summer of next year, they're gonna do a little shimmy and a little dance and a little of this, and you're gonna be like, no, I can't stay mad at you guys. You guys, the gaming's so fun, dude. That's what people are gonna do. They're gonna be like, I can't stay mad at you guys. You guys, all these games are great, bro. In the summer of next year, so much time will have passed. You can't stay that angry that long. Now, when someone really does you dirty and really hurts you personally, you can stay angry for a long time. Believe me, I know this personally. Up until about a year or two ago, I was still pretty angry at a lot of folks. And now, not really. I've been able to kind of let go of some of it. I've been able to kind of work through it and grow. Staying mad at a company over discs for months and years? No. Couple of trailers and people are going to be like, I can't really stay mad, bro. These games are kind of dope. Like, that's all it's going to take. And you know I'm right. Dude. We get into the Game Awards. We get into Summer Game Fest. And people are like, I'm back. F it. We ball. Like, That's what people are going to say. They'll get over it. Mince Tree, 15 months on Twitch. Thank you, sir. Anyone willing to comment on video game podcasts about Sony stopping physical is too committed to leave the ecosystem? I have a heart condition. I'm limited with driving and outside time, so digital purchases are super important for me, and I'm happy to be part of the problem. Well, I still think you should own what you buy. I've been fumed about no SOCOM for years. You get over it. As you get older, you reach the stage, I don't give an F anymore. Lono, I think the digital delay until 2028 signals that the PS6 is likely to release fall of 2027. I think you have the timing a little bit wrong. I don't agree. I think that the handheld is fall of 2027, like the actual legitimate, not remote play cloud. A real handheld is coming in the fall of 2027. I think the PlayStation 6 is the fall of 2028. That's why they're starting everything in January. So they can say, listen, going into that year, no more physical. And then the PlayStation 6 will be in the fourth quarter of 2028. I think your timing's just a little off. I think you're correct to orbit your prediction around that date that they gave us. I think you're correct to be like January is a significant time. That the PlayStation 6 has got to be within circumference of that. I think it's just later in 2028. If you think about it, all companies are consumer friendly until they aren't. PC will have its dark days at some point too. All companies will end up being similar down the road. I mean, do you think that the Steam machine pricing is consumer friendly? If games were limited to digital after selling us hard drives, that would be cause for a lawsuit. I think you meant disk drives, but I understand your point. That's why I don't think they'll be selling PlayStation 6s until the end of 2028. They'll let the dust settle and everybody will be okay. Everybody will be okay with it within reason, and then PlayStation 6 pre-orders will start. It'll be a digital-only console. Yo, it's good, Mosley. Checking in from vacation in Atlanta. Oh gosh, what a time to go to hot Atlanta. Woo! Stay inside, brother. My golly. Hopefully, all the money is saved by going to all digital. That money could go back into better day one launches. You're not having a pipe dream reverted cloud. I think you're onto something that is helpful. That's not on the budget anymore. If the budget's no longer impacted on a project for the spin up of the discs, and they're making better margins on every digital purchase, yes, that is better for the studios. That's why AA and indie titles don't do physical releases. It's better for their margins. Scale that out for a release like Spider-Man 3. The amount of money saved by not doing discs and the amount of margins that are better per purchase. Okay, imagine that in the year that Spider-Man 3 releases, they sell 5 million copies. Let's just say 5 million. Let's pick an easy number. In the whole year, they sell 5 million copies. Let's say of that 5 million, there's 1 million people that bought digital that would have bought physical. Homie, do you have any idea what that means? That means they made double the margins on those 1 million people. That ain't bad at all. That ain't bad at all. Also, the margins on physical are going to get worse. They're not good right now, and they're going to get worse. So you got 1 million people that buy Spider-Man 3 digitally that would have bought a physical copy, but they're like, brothers, I'm not missing out on Spider-Man 3. I'm going to buy it. And they buy digital. They're making so much more money on all those consumers. And physical, the split on physical per copy is going to get worse every single year. So you have to start to calculate that amount of money and think they are solving multiple layers of problems here. It's way more expensive to make games. The margins are razor thin. The concern is that these big projects can lead to a company that's no longer solvent or no longer in the green. And then what do? You got to lay people off. You got to shrink studios. Blah, 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 blah. Look at what has happened to Xbox. So everybody making games is staring down this barrel. The indie titles, the smaller studios, they've already crunched the numbers and they just don't do physical. They're like, it isn't worth it. The bigger studios and the bigger companies are starting to realize, like, we make half. We make twice as much on the digital sale. Mac Attack with 32 months. Let me add you to the total. Thoughts on the PS6 conversion rate? We just started having similar to PS4, PS5 user numbers. Can't see people moving to PS6 in droves. Oh, it'll be the slowest adoption of all. Yes. PlayStation 6 will be the slowest adopted console of PlayStation's history. I think they're going to have to market it differently. I don't think they can market the PlayStation 6 as a generational console. It needs to be considered like a part of the spectrum of access. PS5, the Pro, the PS6. And I think remember when I said that the PS5 Pro was going to create cartilage between the generations? I think it's more than that now. I think the PlayStation 6 will be the slowest adopted console in the history of the company, and they're going to have to market it differently. Yeah, it's going to be like a PS5 Pro. It's like, I don't think they're going to be able to market it as like, oh, you must get the PlayStation 6. Oh my gosh, here are some PlayStation 6 exclusives. No, I don't think so. I think they're going to market it. They're going to position it in the market completely differently than they ever have before. They're not going to have a choice. It's going to be too expensive to try to create a generational shift within the user base. And Colin Moriarty, I'm going to give him credit for this because this is not original to me. He said it when I had him on my show. These consoles are too good. The PS5 and the Pro, they're too good. Like, they're too good. Like, you're not going to have this angst to get off your PS5 because the games you're playing right now, they look and they run great. You're not like, oh gosh, this looks terrible. All these loading screens, all the performance. You're like, nah, this all runs great. What do you mean? People are going to play Wolverine and they're going to be like, I don't need a PS6. This is fantastic. A $10 super chat from Game Night. I feel like if Capcom was the one that announced they were all going digital, it'd be little to no issue. They're at 93% global digital sales now, and next year they want 95%. Wait, that was reported that Capcom globally is 93% digital? I wonder how much of that's being tipped by PC, though. They do very well on PC, don't they? PC's probably really tipping the scales there. You can't buy their games physical for PC. Especially on the Pro. If you got a Pro, you don't want a PlayStation 6. If you got a Pro, you're like, I don't need a PlayStation 6, especially if the PlayStation 6 is like $800 or $900. You're going to be like, well, I'm good, bro. I'm over here with 60 FPS and ray tracing. I don't need anything else. Think about how good PSSR and the PS6 could be. But here's the thing, BMO Careful. You care about that. And I care about that. But the average consumer is going to be like, I don't care about that. You want me to spend $800 so it's prettier? It has better lighting? Come on. Come on. Like, you're going to have such a hard time getting people to shift to the PlayStation 6 if that's the value proposition. Homie, if the value proposition is better PSSR and lighting, the average consumer is going to be like, I'm good, bro. I'm not spending I'm not spending that much money for some lighting. For some lighting? You see what I'm saying? Blood of Dawnwalker looks dope. It does. It does. The previews sound really good. I opened up the show with a summary of the previews. It sounds very cool. Unfortunately, it's landing in September, so it might get overshadowed as the month transpires. It's good that it's getting out early, but there's a lot coming out in September. Jack Garland with a $5 super chat. I have a PS Pro, and if they make Bloodborne Remake PS6 exclusive, I'll riot! Guys, do me a favor. Thanks for the great turnout today. Appreciate you being here. I love the disagreement and the differing opinions. Everybody's being very respectful today. It makes for such a better conversation. Thank you for that. If you've been enjoying this, take a quick second and hit that like button. That does help me out. Do me another favor. Hit join. On YouTube, there's a button that says join. Give it a click and become a member. Just give it a try. Try it for a month. Get in the Discord. Twitch, same thing. Same thing. Hit sub, use your primes, become a member, try it out. Get in our Discord, become a part of what we do here. Give it a whirl. Give it a whirl. While you guys are clicking all those buttons, make sure that your thumbs up, make sure your like is saving on YouTube. Tickle and dime us. Gonna tickle and dime us, gonna wine us and dine us, you know? And then the ballot sheet's gonna be nothing but a minus. I'm just kidding. I am not a rapper. I'm just joking around, okay? I don't want anybody being nervous. I'm not coming for your culture. That's ridiculous. Siriu, thank you so much for using your Prime over there on purple. Yes, boss. Got it, boss. Was Bluepoint not the studio that was going to remake Bloodborne? They were told no twice. I don't think Miyazaki wanted them to work on it. I unfortunately had a video where I feel like I kind of, figured out why Miyazaki was going to perpetually say no to that. I've got a video that explains it. He did an interview where he said that Bluepoint did such a good job with the Demon Souls remake that it put pressure on them making Elden Ring. I do not think he wanted them touching Bloodborne, because the last thing Miyazaki wanted was headlines, reviews, and videos and a public narrative that Bluepoint made Bloodborne look better. He doesn't want that. That's his baby. It's very special to him. He absolutely was never going to let them touch it. They did such a good job with Demon Souls. That's why they were told no. I'm not being silly. I'm not being hyperbolic. If you go and read the interview with Miyazaki, I mean it. He didn't want them touching Bluepoint because they did such a good job with Demon Souls. Well, no, I was about to get nervous for my culture. I thought you were about to be Eminem's Prodigy. Oh, man. I don't want a PS6 to cost over $1,000, says Solemn, but if keeping the price down comes at the cost of sourcing much weaker parts than originally planned to save money, I'd rather pay more than give up performance. It's a tight wire, though, Solemn, because here's the dilemma. If they maintain the pieces and the parts and it ends up costing $1,000 or more, the mass market adoption rate will be terrible and it'll harm them as a business. So future iterations, future updates, Mark Cerny's goals with AMD and Project Amethyst could all be kaput. Like, you know what I mean? You don't want to become so top-heavy that you crumble beneath the weight of what you're trying to do. If they have to kind of delay and do what you're hoping for on the PS6 Pro, you know what I mean? Like, you got to be very, very careful. IGN got a community note saying Asha Sharma did not say gaming strategy failed or that the Game Pass was a key part of that failure. What? She literally said the Defense Force, the pathetically stupid Defense Force is out. They're out there brigading. It's literally what she said. She said that the strategy that got us here can't be the one that continues. It's not sustainable. The strategy failed. That's literally what she said. That is a fair interpretation of her remarks. That you just have a bunch of bleed green weirdos on Twitter brigading tweets because they're angry. They're angry. They've been fundamentally wrong about the brand, and they've been fundamentally wrong about everything for the last 6 years, and they're embarrassed. They don't have egg on their face. They're swimming in a pool of it. They don't have egg on their face. They're swimming in a pool of it. If they tried to be more wrong about Xbox, they couldn't have been. They got every single thing wrong about the brand. Everything. claiming the hardware was going to be dominant and run circles around PlayStation. Wrong. They're never going to put their games over there on PlayStation and Nintendo. Wrong. They're never going to end these efforts with Day and Date and Call of Duty. Wrong. Like, Xbox and Game Pass are profitable. Wrong. Like, just consistently, utterly wrong. Wrong. A legacy of being incorrect about everything. Game Pass doesn't cannibalize sales. I mean, they were wrong about so many things. I forget some of the things they were wrong about. Oh, the industry's going away from exclusives. Exclusives are anti-consumer, and PlayStation's going to go day and date on PC. Wrong, 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 wrong. Like, it's like they were playing whack-a-mole with being wrong. Like, what can I be wrong about today? It's a Tuesday. I don't know. Boom. Like, they're wrong about everything. That's why they're so angry. That's why they're so angry. Oh, the ABK deal will be good for us and good for the studios. It won't lead to studio closures and layoffs. And every year since then, wrong, wrong, wrong. Just whack-a-mole wrong. Everything they hit, wrong, 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 wrong. What did the five fingers say to the face? Wrong. Like, they've just been wrong about all of it. That's why they're so upset. They got nothing left other than to shrug and say that all the studios suck. The studios sucked. They didn't sell enough copies. The games were bad. A legacy of being incorrect. That's what that fan base has. All the podcasts, all the talking heads, all those pundits, just so consistently and egregiously, embarrassingly wrong. All the things they said about Game Pass and the brand and the hardware and the ABK deal and the acquisitions and exclusives, consistently, embarrassingly wrong. I don't know how you could be so regularly wrong and still have people listening to you. It's remarkable. It's truly remarkable. It's not like a couple of bad bets or bad guesses. It's just like every single time they spoke about the industry, every single time they spoke about Xbox and what it was doing and where it was going, it was always wrong. $2 from Trill. Shut up, Lono. Stan and Quick Resume are still there. Crazy to me. Master plan, take Sony to court after no discs start to get Game Pass on PlayStation. Microsoft does not want Game Pass on PlayStation. They make tons of money off of PlayStation. You got to admit, it's pretty impressive you can have a successful career being professionally wrong. It's impressive as equal as it is depressing. It's just absolutely depressing. There is no other industry outside of content creation where you can do that, I don't think. Build an entire legacy being wrong. Yeah, I don't think Microsoft would ever want to push to get Game Pass on PlayStation. PlayStation's one of their best customers. See also sports coverage? Yeah, I suppose sports coverage and the weatherman in some cities. It's going to rain today. No, it's not. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Okay, we'll see you then, buddy. Thanks so much for all your hard work. Oh, gosh. F you, I'll see you tomorrow. Like, you know what I mean? The weatherman comes out and he's like, yeah, we're going to have this, 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 and this, so you can plan your picnics. And then you're at the park and your kids are crying in the car and it's pouring down rain. You're like, that son of a gun. Oh, let's see what he says about tomorrow's forecast, though. Oh, frick. Is that an SRL box behind you? That's a classic, isn't it? That's a classic. Yeah, that was a loot crate that you turned inside out, and it turned into an SRL box. Good morning, Feed. Good to see you. Yo, it's good, Bartholomew. Did you see the PS5 of the Pro getting extended and probably goated due to the next gen? I don't know what you mean by goated, but like the PS5 and the Pro, 100% are going to have longer shelf lives and longer cross-gen support. 100%, yes. You'll be getting games on your PS5 2031, 2032. You will. They have no reason to leave you behind. Did you watch the match against? Yes, I did. We watched the end right before Lionel turned it around. It interrupted my entire show yesterday. Reforge will be on time tomorrow. Definitely wrong. Like, come on. Like, Gemini Christmas. That's exactly right. Lono will be on time tomorrow. No, I won't. Like, $5 in perfect image. I agree 100%. The digital is coming. You and a few people making noise about digital ownership. Keep making that noise about digital ownership. Guys, we need 24 more likes to get to 300 likes. Help us out there. Check your renewals as well. Hit the $ at the bottom of the chat. You might have a renewal to celebrate. You also might have a Prime to celebrate over there on Purple. Yeah, Mortal Shell 2 is releasing on August the 20th. They're trying to get in before the deluge in September. It's about to be crazy. I'm already feeling the pain, by the way. The Doom the Dark Ages DLC, I have such conflicted feelings playing it. It's such a vibe. It's so good. I'm like, oh, this is Doom. And in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, Xbox just ruined this studio. Xbox just ruined this studio. Like, it's just so... I don't even know. It's like I can't. I don't even feel like I can tweet about it without mentioning the malpractice over there about what they did to id. The Doom the Dark Ages DLC. I guess I bought the deluxe edition. I didn't have to pay for it. I just downloaded it. I was like, oh, I guess I bought the deluxe edition that comes with it. And I did the opening and got through everything and got the spear, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is such a freaking vibe. I love it. And it's probably the last major piece of Doom content that I'll ever play. Don't you have a Doom guy statue? Yeah, he's right there. Oh yeah. Yeah, I bought the deluxe edition. He needs to you know. He in honor of what they did to id, he deserves to be further up in the frame. Look at that god tier statue that they made. You can switch the shotgun for his flail. Those legs glow in the dark. What about it? It's the summertime, boys. Who asked that? I'm holding you responsible for forcing Lono leg on us. Legs for radio. No, like, I tell you what. I stay in the shade, boys. You know what I mean? I stay in the shade. It's hot out there. Good for my skin too, you know. I'm staying young. Sun's out, legs out. Oh man, I was able to catch the live stream. One thing that come to my mind regarding the Xbox reset is, why didn't Xbox sell some of their IPs instead of laying off the workers? They have so many IPs that they won't use, like Crash, Banjo, Tenchu, and others. Surely that they could recoup the cost. Well, you gotta understand something. Like, the market's not in a good spot right now. I don't necessarily think that you could say, oh, we'll just do a fire sale. Like, I'm actually interested in who bought Undead and who bought Ninja Theory. Genuinely. You need a buyer? That's right. Like, it's not a buyer's market. It's not a buyer's market. Like, you don't have a lot of people out there right now that are like looking to buy games and IPs. Forcing Game Pass on PlayStation is like forcing a high-end steakhouse to allow McDonald's to sell a Big Mac in there. Microsoft has no interest in putting Game Pass on PlayStation. No interest at all. No one left to afford studios right now except for the Saudis. Yeah, I mean, that's probably the issue, is that we don't have a buyer's market right now. Now I want steak and a Big Mac. People don't want the single-player games. They want co-op type games. No, I don't think that's true at all. Single-player games are doing incredibly well. They commonly top the sales charts. I don't disagree that co-op games are in higher demand than they probably were historically, which I think is wonderful. But I don't think I don't think the demand for co-op games is surpassing the demand for single-player games. I don't agree with that at all. I don't think so. I like that co-op games are growing in demand as well as growing and having a better market presence. That Orbitals game looks fantastic for Nintendo. I don't know if you guys saw. I think it looks great. The Game Radar, somebody had a hands-on, and Yoshida tweeted it. It looks really, really good. So I'm very much excited about that. But I don't think it's surpassing single player. Is Apple going to continue their gaming push? They've not really been doing a big gaming push. I thought they kind of stopped. They make so much money on other people's games. Staying in the shade's healthy. It's better to avoid the sun and get vitamin D through nutrition. I thought I read reports that the amount of time you actually have to be in the sun to get vitamin D is way longer than people think. And then you end up needing to have sunscreen on because you're going to get sunburned. Like, it's not like you can go out and be like, yeah, I was out in the sun for 15 minutes, I was watering the garden and came back in. Like, apparently you don't even get any. I mean, I love being in the sun for a little bit. Like, it is refreshing at the end of the day, especially I'm down here in like a dungeon that gets a little cold from all the air conditioning. I kind of thaw out going outside. Also, I don't think that most media companies want to give up any IP in most cases anyway. The market changes often. It was interesting that they allowed IOI, Xbox allowed IOI to get their IP back, and then the other 4 studios that either 2 went independent and 2 sold, they all got to keep their IPs. I thought that was the only part of this that I thought was handled well. The rest of it is stupid. The rest of it's idiotic. John Linneman was saying on Digital Foundry that, like, the people being let go at the studios, they're not even setting the studios up to function properly. Like, they're just getting rid of people because of their salaries. They're not getting rid of people to be like, oh, well, now this company will be able to be lean and function well, without some bloat. They're literally just getting rid of people who have the biggest salaries. That's why id Software is in a shambles right now. They didn't, go into id Software to be like, well, maybe we could trim 20 or 30 people here and get you guys into a better place operationally. No, they just went, just sort by salary and then just cut off the top 50%. Their willingness to do that to id Software is a giant signal as to what they're doing. So, John Linneman spread misinfo about Steam games being a license. What do you mean? Many of them do have a license attached to it. What are you talking about? Did he say all games? id Software sucks the most. If there's one studio that could go independent and do well. Yeah, I don't know why they didn't just let id go. The first day I told y'all, I said that the companies that I'm most fearful for are the ones that have to stay behind. They're all looking like this behind the bars, like, be free to like Ninja Theory. They're like, be free. Oh, we wish we could go with you. You can always license out the IP if you don't have the studios. That's true. You can license the IP and then make money that way. That's actually true. Is it today, the gameplay? Black Flag? Tomorrow. Hasn't Amazon been growing their gaming division? I don't know what Amazon's doing, because didn't they cancel the Lord of the Rings MMO? I have no idea what they were doing, because like I thought they were going to use all of the data that they had learned from New World, and then they were going to use that to build the Lord of the Rings MMO. But I think I literally think they canceled it. Was the last we saw. Lono, this goes back to what we said about people being blinded by the studios staying open. The real damage was to everyone left. Right. Yeah, I tried to highlight that the day the news hit. Guys, we need 10 more likes to get to 300. Thanks so much for being here, man. What a great day. Good discussions, good all around. I know the vibes have been a little negative lately. We don't really have any control over that. The lead story today was that PlayStation did break their silence. They started tweeting again, and the brigading is just out of control. People are brigading the tweets like crazy, trying to community note tweets about like what was the one? Blood of Dawnwalker. From the Black Flag reviews, would you recommend the game? It's a toss-up. I'll play it tomorrow, BMO. It's a toss-up. Some people say they love it. They love the evolution of combat. They love all of it. There are others saying that they feel like it's like an 8. That like it's like, well, you know, there's some issues. So it's not a slam dunk. It seems like it's a really, really good shot. And depending on you and your personality and your preferences, you may or may land on it stronger or weaker. As he said, Amazon killed their gaming teams. There are a bunch of refugees coming in looking for work. Yeah, I don't think Amazon's doing much with games anymore. The purpose of community notes was to provide important context, not the virtue signal or say your personal opinion. Yeah, the community notes system on Twitter is being completely abused. It has nothing to do with Blood of Dawnwalker. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you go to the PlayStation account, right? Like, this thing here they're doing with Apex Legends and Mortal Shell getting a release date, like brigading these tweets, that has 500,000 views, right? Look, people are suggesting community notes. We ain't going anywhere, lil bro. And it's literally a tweet promoting Mortal Shell 2. Like, these guys don't have anything to do with what's going on. Like, you guys are losing the plot on Twitter. You're just showing that Twitter is a mindless mob that will fundamentally achieve nothing. You're working against yourselves now. Now you just look stupid. Mick Pratt with 38 months. And then $5 from Street Shadow says, we'll have 1,600 more layoffs incoming, which would be motivation for me to leave, which means Xbox may not have to do severance, which is so crap. If I was working there, I'd hold the line. I would absolutely hold the line. I would stay to the bitter end and get your severance. Bleed Microsoft for every red cent you can get out of them, because frick them. That's what I would do. I'd stay there till the bitter end. Yeah, look at this one. This one here. Rebel Wolves, Blood of Dawnwalker, 2.6 million views. Now, the hope would be that this is inverse. The inverse is that this is helping this get seen by more people so that the game gets more press. But, like, here you go. Your first response. Like, what are you doing, man? What are you doing? You got your discs out to spell F Sony. Mighty Keith says, address me. Like, this has nothing. This is a marketing thing that was agreed to a while ago with those devs. Like, what are y'all doing? It has nothing to do with that game, y'all. I'm telling you, using the community notes and brigading against these tweets, it's just silly. It's just silly, y'all. Like, it has nothing. It has absolutely nothing to do with these studios that get marketed by PlayStation. Mortal Shell 2 is only 50 and 60. That's wild. That's really good. Palworld came out and said that for their 1.0, they decided not to raise the price. It's still going to be a $30 game. So, yeah. We need the inevitable meme from the Matrix. Sony already addressed it. They said what they said and they let it be. Well, yeah, they're not going to say anything more. Yeah. If it's silly but it works, is it silly? Like, I would say if you were going into like a downtown area and you were wreaking havoc and making it hard for businesses to get foot traffic that day and harming their ability to make money, but you got the governor to listen, then yeah, I would still be on the side of that was counterproductive and the collateral damage was a form of injustice. Like, it just seems really, it just seems foolish. It seems foolish to be raging against marketing tweets and posts about games that have nothing to do with this. Like, these poor studios are like, man, we're getting caught in the crossfire. You guys claim to be all about games, and you're seemingly losing the plot on caring about games. Moore's Law is Dead thinks there's a chance they turn it around if they haven't set on the actual final model of the PS6, which he thinks is a possibility given the timelines of designing prior to consoles. I like Tom from Moore's Law is Dead, but I don't agree with him because I think too many pieces on the board have moved. They've already made fundamental changes within production pipelines and warehouses and stuff. Like, you can't throw any of that in reverse at this point in time. It's over. The numbers don't add up to reverse it. How do you do that without raising the cost of the PlayStation 6, which is something they're actively fighting against as well? I agree it's silly from an outside point of view. It's not clean hands, but it could be effective. I don't think that it will. I mean, the original tweet is one of the most viewed, most brigaded tweets probably in the history of the platform, and nothing came of it. Sony stock went up. Like, I don't know. Integrity is greater than gaming. In what regard are you saying that, though? $20 super chat from Street Shadow. I feel like some in the physical crowd will start to burn any goodwill they have on their side, which will drown out those who want to have a constructive discussion. This has happened before. It's starting to come off as foolish. That's exactly right. That's another line of reasoning I'd like to use. You're hurting your cause. You're hurting your cause because now you look mindless and stupid. You don't seem like you're being thoughtful and constructive. You seem like you're just angry, and you'll have a go at anybody in your way. It doesn't matter if it's a third-party developer. It doesn't matter if it's some other studio announcing their release date. You don't give a frick. Like, nobody's going to take you serious. They're going to be like, you're just an angry bunch of babies. Like, you'll all move on to something very soon because what you're doing now is mindless. And mindless mobs always move on. They do. They always move on. They find something else to rage against. It might take a month, but it'll happen. You can't get this amount of people to stay this angry for this long. It always happens. It's like gravity. It will naturally dissipate. It'll naturally dissipate. I mean, we joked around earlier. This time next year, people are going to be watching showcases and being like, yeah, dude, I'm not mad anymore. These games are hot. Yo, thank you, Chrono, for the raid on both platforms. Guys, be sure to check out Chrono 32123. 32123. Chrono. He streams on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. I believe he got the double format on YouTube, so he can stream in both formats now on YouTube. Good to see that. I know that's helpful. Don't buy any product off Sony store until they change their stance. You're going to be waiting for a really long time. Sony shifted on Helldivers, but they won't on Tokone. Shifting on Helldivers was not a tectonic industry-wide thing they would have to reverse on. It was a policy line item that they could move. Right? Like they could be like, yeah, we're not going to require that. That's fine. Whatever. You know, and then they vacated gaming anyway. Vacate gaming anyway. They vacated PC anyway. Like that, I think them going back on the PSN thing on PC was like, that was way easier. The scale of the issue is a distinct issue on whether Sony reacts to noise. Okay. Let's consider for a moment the premise that they're only doing this because they're motivated by money. So you're trying to motivate them with money, right? Here is what I see as an insurmountable task that you cannot achieve. You cannot inflict enough monetary damage to PlayStation to compete with what the cost of production and shipping was going to do to them over the next 5 years. You can't compete with that. You're like, oh yeah? Well, we'll hurt you monetarily. And they're like, can you compete with this? Because this is going to hurt us monetarily a lot more than you can. I think that's why this is insurmountable. Damn right we can? No, you can't. You cannot compete with what's happening at a global level with respect to shipping rates, raw materials. The actual individual companies that are even doing this anymore are fewer and far between, and the demand from the consumer. There's a monsoon of extra cost and monetary damage coming their way, and you're like, we can do more. No, you can't. No, you can't. You could get every single person that signed that petition to not buy another thing from PlayStation for the next 5 years, and they'd be like, you still haven't even come close. They're only motivated by money. You're trying to motivate them with money. You cannot compete with the costs that they're trying to avoid. You can't. You can't even come close. And here's the real rub. Most of the people signing the petition and that are really angry, they're going to keep spending money in the ecosystem anyway. They're going to keep spending money in the ecosystem anyway. You can't mobilize enough people to compete with what they're trying to get around. What, a Sony bootlicker? There's other ways to admit you're too stupid to have this conversation. I mean, if you're too stupid to have the conversation, you know what I mean? Grab some crayons and a coloring book and let the adults talk. Couldn't Sony manage to sell physical copies with the surplus cost to subsidize those costs? Eventually the shrinking audience would be priced out, but it could be a compromise. The dilemma there, though, Zubair, is that's a perpetual damage of PR to them. This is a punctiliar moment that hurts, but then they can move on from it. If they have to do that and charge people more for physical, they have to take the brunt of criticism every single time they sell a game for more money physical in the public. It just reminds everybody. Here we go again. Greedy Sony charging me $80 and $90 for physical. Like, you see what I mean? You're just going to reopen the wound every time you go to promote a game and get people to pre-order a game. Just another sobering reminder that it's more expensive to buy discs. And then you slowly price people out of buying discs, and then they're angry about that. Like, does that make sense? Like, you're just going to reopen the wound every time. ADJC with 58 months gets us to 167, and a 5-bomb comes in from Jack Garland. That's a good call, and those prices would have to keep going up. Eventually, physical would be double. Right, and the entire time, you're just making people mad every time. They're like, oh, here we go again. Like, especially think about what price increases do to your optics and your PR. Like, they don't want to keep doing that. You either get out or you stay in and weather the losses. Thank you for the $1.50 super chat, Nichols Gaming. Nintendo's doing that right now. Well, hang on. The difference of what Nintendo's doing is they're making digital cheaper. They're not like making you, at least my understanding, I could be incorrect here. My understanding is that Nintendo is making it cheaper to buy digital. I think they're trying to like coax people over to digital so that they can pull the trigger in 5 years. Physical is very much a part of the Japanese culture and the stores and stuff over there. They can't leave physical nearly as easily. But if they spend 5 years or more coaxing everybody over to digital because it's cheaper, they might make the same decision eventually. The fact that you think they're moving away from physical is because of cost is comical. It's obviously a way to monopolize the digital store and remove the secondhand market. It's greed and control. I think that what you're saying is not facts-based, so I'm not swayed by it. I'm swayed by facts. That's just conspiratorial theorizing rooted in ideological views that it's an us versus them thing that you've probably gotten from some other YouTuber. I don't find that compelling. I think it's mindless. I think it's just an easy way to make YouTube videos with the mythical they. They are greedy, and they want to monopolize, and they want to remove the secondhand market. I'm not compelled by that at all. It's not facts-based. It's conspiratorial nonsense. They already do control. What do you mean? They already control the way that we interact with these things. The TOS literally states it. They want control. They already have control, brother. You think you're in the position of power? You think you're in the position of power? The EU thinks it's pure greed. I don't give a frick what they think. It's obvious what's going on. If you listen to the people talking about the actual infrastructure to bring Blu-rays to the market, if you actually listen to those people and what they're saying, this is a cost issue. Look at shipping costs, bro. Look at what the tariffs and shipping costs and the war and raw material cost, and then look at the numbers that people are making right now. If you look at the numbers of like a physical sale versus a digital sale, and you're like, it's just greed, they just want to control. First and foremost, they've been greedy the whole time. Secondly, they've been in control the whole time. You set up a PlayStation with the terms of service. Do you want to know what they could do going forward? You think they're not in control right now? They could sell a PlayStation 6, future PlayStation 5s. They could push out software updates where all your discs function like a license. And then what are you going to do? They have all the control, bro. That's the problem. That's why I'm telling people the fight is for true ownership, because you don't have that right now. They could push out future hardware where out of the box, the operating system treats your physical library like a revocable license. And they could be like, frick you. You agreed to it when you made your account. Every single time you make an account, you agree to the fact that they can treat your physical collection like a license. You don't own, that's the issue. You don't own anything. You have a license that they can take. They could do that with future hardware. They're in complete control. The fight is to make their kill switch illegal. That's right. Like, you don't have power right now and you think you do. The small fraction of the actual gaming community that could keep a PlayStation completely offline in perpetuity in the future, that's like nobody. The average consumer is completely at the whims of the company. They could push out an update to the operating system and they could absolutely make it to where your profile can no longer play those games. All your discs would be dead. Oh, I'm going to unplug it from the internet. Doesn't matter. Software's already been updated. You're screwed. You have to reset it to factory defaults to probably get around it. And even then, they could get around that too. They could update the base level firmware so there's no way to go all the way back. They could do all of this, brother. They could make it to where you're completely stuck. They hold all of the cards. That's why I'm like, you guys are farting. You guys are fighting for, my son would be so pleased. You guys are fighting for the physical discs, and I get it. But it's the wrong fight because you think you're fighting for true ownership when currently you don't even have that. You don't. Thank you, Lone Wolf, for 45 months and a VIP. 45 months, as I say, I love this community. Thank you for all the content. You're the GOAT. $10 from Jimmy Mack. Sony moving to premium ecosystem with a smaller, more dedicated user base. Sony expects to see a reduction of PS6 users. Products and services will be a premium price. The margins are better this way. Soy with the $3 super chat. Can the anti-woke mog please stop? It doesn't help. That guy actually got so mad. He made fun of me for not taking my kids to the swimming pool. I know this is probably lost on you. Working a job, earning an income, and providing for a family. I know that's something that you probably don't do because you just emanate being a loser. But, like, this is literally how I provide for my children and pay for their braces and pay for them to go to camps and schools and stuff. Like, I don't know about you, but I'm a man providing for my family. You probably are very unfamiliar with that. Even if they did continue physical, people still would complain that you have to buy a disc drive on top of the PS6. I mean, if people complained about that, let them. That's my point, though. They hold all of the cards because you have to have a profile to play the games on a PlayStation. They could completely change the way that they work. A 10 bomb comes in for Mr. Wired Rote. Like, they could literally change it to where you buy a new PlayStation 6 or all the new PlayStation 5s on the shelf, and all the PlayStation 5s in the average consumer home could be updated with firmware and software to where your discs can be kill switched. They can just be like, nope, you can't play that game anymore. And you're like, but I own the disc. Doesn't matter. I unplugged from the wall. I don't have internet. Doesn't matter. Your profile, your operating system could 100% be updated to be like, nope, that disc doesn't work anymore. What are you going to just permanently stay offline for the rest of your life so you can use these discs? Like, I think only Nintendo games you can play without downloading. That's not true. Roughly 75% of the games that launch are on the disc. That's a misconception that people have. Most of the time you buy a game on disc, the entire game is there. Now, they obviously could shift away from that. They could shift to where you don't even have a game on the disc anymore, and therefore you own nothing. They're in control. Like, that's my point. Like, people are fighting for something that they actually don't you don't have control. Like, you think you have control over it and you don't. They hold all of the cards. That's why I'm like, a much better fight is for actual ownership of these things. Oh, that's a much better fight. We're not protected as consumers. We surrender our consumer rights the minute we buy something digitally, and I think that that's ridiculous. It shouldn't be that way. It shouldn't function that way. I owe Twitch a member. I'm going to do it now. Sony's already being sued several times over. The one lawsuit is probably going to be resolved with the fact that going forward, their blog reads like they're going to let you buy digital versions of games in stores. And currently that's what the one lawsuit's asserting, that you can't buy digital versions of games outside of their store. And so that lawsuit's alleging that that's monopolistic control. So their blog very, very well could be, their announcement could be literally to get in front of that lawsuit, to be like, nope, you're going to be able to go to stores now and buy digital versions of games. Like, that's a change that's coming that I think could be literally attached to this situation. Like, because the one lawsuit about the 30% scrape or whatever is stupid. It's like all of them do that. Are you going to sue Nintendo, Steam, and Xbox as well? The 30% scrape is a totally normal thing. That's the industry standard. You're going to go for Apple too. That lawsuit's idiotic and isn't going to go anywhere. But the lawsuit that about like you can't buy digital codes or whatever from stores, their update in that blog is probably them saying, okay, we'll change, we'll let you do that in the future. Once it's digital only, that's probably how they're getting around it now, is they're saying, but you could buy a physical version. Now, if I was on the side suing Sony in that case, I would push back and say there's a significant portion of games that are only available digital already, and we have to come to you. We can't buy from anywhere else. I think that's how I would push back, because that would be their argument is, well, you can buy physical, so you have other options. The pushback would be like, that's actually not true. A lot of the times we can't buy physical. I think Sony should 100% let you buy digital versions of games from stores if you want. I do. I don't think they should be trying to control that. They don't want to have a split with the retailer. I get it. They want the 30% scrape every time you buy the digital from them. I get it. Now, I don't know if I can walk into the store and buy a digital version of a Nintendo game or a digital version of an Xbox game or a Steam game. I don't even know if that's possible. Can I walk into Best Buy, Target, or any of those places right now and do that? I don't know. I've never tried. I'm genuinely asking you guys. Can I do that right now? Could I go into GameStop and say, I want a digital version of that Zelda game over there? Can they do that? Can they print out the code? You can for Nintendo? Did they just print it on the receipt? So every retailer is equipped with that, like a Target or a Walmart or what have you? And I'm assuming, can you do the same thing with Xbox? Is PlayStation literally the only one that blocks this, that says you can't walk into a retailer and buy a digital code for a game? Walmart sells Nintendo games digitally. Okay. Yeah. Then PlayStation's going to have to amend that, because that you're literally controlling something that doesn't need to be controlled. I mean, I know why they do it, but the average person's not doing that. The amount of money they're going to lose has got to be absolutely small. GTA 6 with a code in the box, sure. Okay. Then that might be one of the ways they're getting around that court case then, is with that announcement. They're going to go to that court case and say, it's our commitment going forward that digital codes and digital versions of games will be available in retailers. It's in a card. When you buy the card, you scratch off the back and the code is on it. Right, but not every single game has a digital card sitting there. Does that make sense? That would take up an enormous amount of shelf space. Every single game that I can get on the Nintendo Switch 2 right now is not sitting there with a card on the shelf. I'm assuming they print a code on the receipt, because that you'd never be able to store all of that. There's too many games. What will be the point of going to the store to get a code when you get home? I don't know, Dan. I don't know why they block it. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. The amount of people that would even do it has to be incredibly small. Like, basically, you'd have to be in the store. You'd have to want the game. And, like, either not want physical, or they're out of physical. That'd be it. Like, oh, I wanted to get this game for my friend, nephew, son, or whatever, and you guys don't have any physical copies. At least let me get the code then, so I can put it in a birthday card or something. The amount of people doing that in a given week has to be so incredibly small. It's not worth the bad press and being sued. PlayStation should just be like, that's fine, we don't care. You can print the codes. I don't get it. Who are these people that turn their PlayStation off, get in the car, and go to the store to get a code, come home? Right, that's what I mean. I don't know why PlayStation is bothering blocking it, because the number of people that would do that has to be so incredibly small. Like a random impulse buy for a game that they don't happen to have the physical for. If you go to the store, you went there to buy physical. Right, I'm giving an example of somebody that I feel like we're either dealing with stream delay or people are just not listening. I'm conceding. You guys are making the point that I'm making. We're all making the same point. We're all agreeing that the average consumer is not getting in the car and going to the store to buy a code. It would be a incredibly small percentage of consumers that would do this, because it would be like, why? Why are you in the store buying a code? That's why I'm saying PlayStation has no reason to block it. They should just concede that court case and say, yeah, that's fine. People can buy digital versions of games from the store. We don't care. It'll amount to 0.1% of the amount of purchases we make in a given year. I think we're all on the same page. It doesn't make any sense. It would be a very, very small group of people annually. Forgetting about it going on sale. I mean, so the logic then there would be, if the physical goes on sale and they run out of physical, you'd have to buy digital. And then the store could dictate the price instead of PlayStation. So then PlayStation could be what? Losing money. Instead of you having to buy God of War Ragnarok at full price, you could be like, well, Walmart ran out of physical, but I want to get the game at a discount. I'm going to buy the game for $39.99. AOZ says it's probably more along the lines of having development resources to maintain cloud services that facilitate getting codes from brick and mortar for the small use case that nobody uses. Why would you need to facilitate any kind of cloud services for that? Wouldn't they just interface with the PlayStation Store? Wouldn't you just have the back end of their POS system, their point of sale system, just be interfacing with the PlayStation Store? Because you can go to the PlayStation's... Can I go to PlayStation's website right now and get a digital version of a game? Do retailers put codes on sale? Well, they can control the price because they're the point of purchase, and that would be another point of contention from PlayStation. They would be like, we don't want the digital version of that game to be discounted. If you run out of physical, that's on you. But then the retailer is going to argue, this is our store. We can dictate the price. We can sell it at a loss if we want. That's between us and the consumer and our own books. Average consumer stopped buying physical media a while ago, says Unwound. Also, streaming started the trend. Then all the streaming platforms for video. Why are people having such a strong reaction to the last bastion of physical media? Let me explain what I think is going on. So if you think about the people that are consuming YouTube videos, they're on Reddit and they're on Twitter, and they're following and they're staying up to date on gaming news, okay? So let's say in a given day, there's 1 million people doing that. There's 1 million people in a given day spending time on Twitter or Reddit or YouTube, just making sure that they're up to date on gaming information, gaming news, okay? I think within that group, there is an incredibly higher likelihood and probability that you're going to run into an enthusiast who has been collecting physical games for a long time. There's a much higher degree of chance that within that group of people, you're going to run into somebody that's got some big, huge physical collection. Right? Because you're dealing with a hardcore, more enthusiast level gamer at that point. They're on Twitter, they're on Reddit, they're on YouTube, they're watching Lono, they're keeping up to date with gaming news. Well, you're way more likely to run into somebody in that group that's like, brother, I've been buying physical games for 30 years, I don't want to stop, and they're mad. I think that's why we're seeing such a strong response. Because the sample group that we have to pull from is uniquely dense with people like this, because this is just, that's what you're going to do. If you're that level of an enthusiast, you're going to be on Twitter, you're going to be on YouTube. AOZ says, see last comment, I'm talking about dedicated code generation services that have to be secured through protected communication channels to allow for stores like GameStop to generate codes. Oh. So you're saying, yeah, for security purposes. Because if not, if it could be exploited or loopholed, then somebody could literally go in, generate 10 codes for $1 a piece. You know, the clerk could pay for it themselves, and then they could go and sell those codes to their buddies. It could create all kinds of divergent, abusive behavior. Because people could be like, oh, yeah, we can dictate the price, and since it interacts with Sony's store, we can just generate a bunch of codes for $1 a piece, and then I go sell them to my friends for $10 a pop, and then I make a crisp $500 with a bunch of codes that cost me nothing. See my previous? Just a guess. All right, Omar says, I think they have a run of them just like they do physical copies. Given something like Green Man has a set number of keys they can sell. Right, that's how you'd have to do it. They'd have to buy a batch of codes. That way, so yeah, they'd have to buy a batch of codes so that PlayStation and the publisher and the developer all gets their money. And then they sell them to the consumer at whatever price they want. And when they run out of codes, they buy a new batch of codes. It's kind of like the back end of my coffee company. I got to go to Stamps and fill up my bucket of shipping before I go to my coffee website and print labels for you guys. It's like I can't just print the labels on demand. I've got to go to Stamps, fill up the bucket of money. My system is talking to Stamps. Okay, we're good. So they'd have to have some kind of an interface with PlayStation where they would go buy a bucket of codes. They then sell those codes to the consumer. So PlayStation gets the guarantee of the per unit price that they're supposed to get. And then the retailer can do whatever the frick they want with them. They could loss lead them if they want. They could loss lead GTA 6 and be like, we're going to let you guys buy GTA 6 codes for $50, and then when everybody comes in, they have all these, accessories and things they're trying to get you to buy that they make better margins on. Sony need to stop being babies. Steam doesn't control digital goods, and look at how good they're doing. Steam doesn't control digital goods? What do you mean by that? I don't know how it works now. Do they pay Sony at the time of generating the code at the time? Well, you can't get a digital code from a store right now. Can Lono lift that Mjolnir? I can. I know you're just trying to get a look at my legs again, you pervert. But I can lift Mjolnir if I need to. Lono, did you see the article from IGN with Dr. Sirkin Toto? It's essentially him saying Sony will not be changing course. Digital's too lucrative. They expected this response, but it's the vocal minority. That's what we've been saying this entire time, right? Like, that's not... I didn't see that article, no. The number... I tried telling people the other day, I said the numbers are staggering. The numbers are staggering. The fact that you can... You have to sell 2 physical copies to equal the profit margins on 1 digital. I mean, that is it really is a staggering, it is a staggering number, boys. It really, truly is. And that number is just going to get worse. Sorry, Steam doesn't control their digital goods. Like, you can get cheap codes on websites for Steam, but if you try to do the same with Sony, you can't really find anything. I mean, Steam certainly has their methods of controlling price. You should look into the contracts that studios have to sign when putting their games on Steam. The only store you can get a code from is GameStop. My issue is losing all of my physical library. I feel for you. I do. I do not like it. There are people right now with stacks of Nintendo cartridges, and they can't do anything with them. The average person that has a stack of original Nintendo cartridges, they likely don't have a working Nintendo. It goes away with time. My dad has a huge collection of Coleco games, and we can barely play them. I mean, barely. The jack on the Coleco is going bad. He can plug it into his TV, and it's shaky, boys. It's shaky. I suspect PlayStation will have keys at Green Man Gaming Fanatics in addition to physical stores. I think they're changing in that regard too, Brianna. I think they're moving towards allowing you to do it because, again, there's that lawsuit, and if you're going digital only, they're going to probably have to open up certain aspects to allow people to do that. I'm boycotting until they bring Betamax back. That's right. I really want to be able to use cassettes again. I really want to be able to use cassettes again, boys. You know? I'm just reading that Steam will remove you from Steam if you undercut their pricing in certain circumstances. Point being, stop acting like Steam is a saint. They're better at many great things. They aren't perfect. They're in a lawsuit right now. Sony had a couple of them and nothing came of it. Yeah, the lawsuit doesn't necessarily mean anything's going to happen. That certainly is fair. But again, there are aspects of Steam that I like a lot, which is why I would not mind having a Steam machine in my living room. There are aspects of Steam that I don't like. There are aspects of PlayStation that I like a lot. And then there are aspects of PlayStation that I don't like. What typically happens in these conversations is people will fixate on what I say about Steam so they can misrepresent it instead of focusing on the fact that, like, no, I look at all companies and make my assessments and my values, judge them according to what I already think. Like, the grifters and the frauds are committed to a narrative. I don't have a narrative that I'm committed to. I go where I feel like I'm getting the best treatment for what I want to do, and I feel like currently I get that on a PlayStation. I like how Steam does refunds infinitely more than PlayStation because PlayStation makes refunds practically impossible. But I think PlayStation does family sharing better than Steam does because I can buy a co-op game once and then my wife and I can play it at the exact same time on two different PlayStations together. I cannot do that with Steam. If I buy a co-op game and my wife and I both want to play it together on separate PCs, I have to buy the game twice. I'm not a fan of that. I think they could amend that policy very easily. I think any online co-op game could get a family sharing, clause attached to it. If it's a single player game, I understand. Even then, PlayStation's better. Madam sat and played Hogwarts Legacy while I played Hogwarts Legacy, each on our own PlayStation, and I only bought Hogwarts Legacy once. So PlayStation does that better. Steam does refunds better. Right? Like, individual platforms, nobody's perfect. Like, I don't like the fact that PlayStation says, oh, you can't go to the store and buy a digital code, because who gives a frick? Why limit what the consumer can do at that point? Who cares? If everybody else is allowing the consumer to do it, then why try and put a stop to it? You know? Why limit what the consumer can choose and what the consumer can do? I don't like that. I don't like that Steam tells developers they can't have competitive pricing or lower pricing in other places. I don't like that. Like if there's a big sale happening over there on PlayStation and you're trying to take advantage of it and you want to lower the cost of your game, Steam's going to be like, yeah, well, we need to get the same pricing discount over here too. And if you're like, yeah, I'd really rather not do that because, you guys aren't really doing a sale right now and we make really good margins over here, but according to the contract, you have to do it. Dreamcast guy hates his Steam machine. Why? Steam has changed to family sharing in the last year. It is better, and they have said that there are changes coming in the next 2 years. I would really hope they make that change, Revertive Cloud, because like it would be nice in the future to have 2 different Steam machines in the living room and to be able to buy a co-op game one time. Like, I would like that. If they really want to kind of like get that footing in the living room and feel more like the console while still offering the Steam interface and a PC, well then, you know, I think they need to update that. This is why it's important to be critical, because that's how you get those types of changes. You're like, hey, I don't like the way you guys are handling this, and then they could potentially give you a better version of family sharing. This is why I'm critical of how PlayStation handles refunds. It's like, I think we should be able to digitally refund a game within a certain amount of time. I think the 2-hour mark is pretty good. For indie titles, I think an hour is better. A little countdown in the corner, or a little countdown, you know, that shows you like, hey, you've got 30 minutes left and you won't be able to refund this. You know, letting you know now, you like this game, you're stuck with it. And I don't think the platforms should have to shoulder the transactional fees of the refund. So they should be able to just give you store credit. If I buy a $70 game, it's glitchy, buggy, and crap, and I want my money back, they should not have to foot the transaction fee to refund me, because that's undue harm to Sony. They didn't make the game. Just give me store credit. I am fine with that. Steam does like a whole refund. I'm kind of shocked that they do that. I'm kind of shocked that they don't just put it in like a wallet, like a digital wallet for you to use on future purchases. Like, they straight up just put the money back into my account, and I'm like, I don't know why you guys do that. You don't have to. If somebody wants you to, sure. But the default setting Steam should push for is like, we're just going to put this in a digital wallet for you, you know, and they'd probably save millions a year in fees that they have to pay. I opt for Steam credit to save them the hit. I think they should make Steam credit the default, so that way, you know, the average person doesn't care. The average person's like, that's fine. I'm going to spend more money right now. I'm going to go, you know, there's a Steam sale going on. You know, give me my $50 back. I'm going to spend it within 60 seconds. I want my money back. Yeah, if you want your money back, it's fine for you to be able to opt for that. But like, you know, PlayStation should not have to shoulder the reversal transaction fee because some company made a crappy game, right? And that's why I would be happy for them to just give me store credit. I don't care. I know I'm going to buy more games, so what difference does it make? Like, what difference does it make? I have other hobbies. Right, and if that's something that you wanted to opt into, that's fine. I'm just saying, I think the average person would have no problem with that because they know within a week they're going to spend the money again anyway. You know, a lot of the times you're dealing with somebody that's literally going to turn around and spend the money that day. That day they're going to turn around and spend the money. They're like, yeah, I'm going to buy something else. The credit's there quicker as an incentive, so I'm good with it. Yeah, credit's immediate because it's just a digital account that they're tracking. It's not like they actually have to make a transaction with the bank. It's like, boom, there you go. $70 store credit. And you're going to use it oftentimes probably within the day that you get the refund, you know, or within the week. Right, clearly I was looking for a game to play and this wasn't it. $3 from Soy. The PS7 will go back to UMDs. 100% screenshot this. What is that? What is a UMD? I googled it. They're going to go back to the Universal of Maryland. What are you trying to communicate? I don't know if I've seen that as an acronym in these spaces before. PSP discs? Oh, I think you're trolling. You can't be serious. Any physical production of anything is not going to happen. I just don't think it's going to happen. Yeah, it's out of the cards now. It's over. It's done. They are not the only ones that are going to do this. I think they're obviously going to continue to take the brunt of the criticism, and people will probably even blame them. Like if other companies go digital, people are going to blame them and say that they'll say blame PlayStation, they did it first. I mean, here's a clip of Jason Schreier. It sounds like Sony and just about any third-party game publisher is highly incentivized to go digital. Let's listen to this clip from Schreier. Okay, let's see what he has to say here.
Take a physical video game. $70 physical video game, traditional video game. When it's from a first-party publisher, when it's from Sony, Nintendo, or Microsoft, the breakdown looks like this. Cost is $70. Retail store cut, so GameStop, Target, Walmart, whatever, they take about 30% of that, so they take about $21. And then there's a manufacturing fee of about $350. And so the publisher, Xbox, Sony, let's say Sony, since that's what we're talking about, PlayStation takes home $45.50 out of every $70 sale. Okay? Digital sale. You know how much of that Sony takes home? $70. So it is hugely beneficial. They are saving a significant amount. Those margins are significantly higher when they sell digitally. So they very much want you to buy their games digitally. And the reason that they're taking home $70 is because when Sony sells a game digitally, it is done on its own store. Now let's look at third-party publishers, because this is the really key part.
Yo, thank you so much, Megan Fox, for gifting a member over here on Twitch. Appreciate you.
$70. 30% of that goes to the retail store, GameStop, $21. Then there's a licensing fee to the console maker, so to PlayStation, if this is a PlayStation disc, of about 15%, maybe $10.50, something like that. Manufacturing fees, 5%, call it $350. That's one that can really vary. Shipping costs, production costs, all that other stuff. People have all sorts of deals in place. And so the publisher winds up taking home $35. But in that equation, remember, Sony, PlayStation, is taking $10.50 as their licensing fee for that. And EA is getting back $35. Now, if it's a digital sale, you take licensing fees and you take manufacturing fees out of the equation. And that retail fee, instead of going to GameStop, it goes to PlayStation. So a digital sale, if EA sells a new Madden to you on the PlayStation Store, it is $70 total. PlayStation takes 21 of those dollars, a 30% cut, and EA takes home $49. So EA is taking home more, and Sony is taking home more. In other words, Sony and PlayStation are extremely highly incentivized to move to digital, not just for their games, where they are, of course, making more money, but also for all of the other games they are selling on their ecosystem. Take a physical video.
This is why when I said if you guys crunch the numbers on this, you crunch the math, you're screwed. Because every single one of you that's angry about this could stop buying games, and you would have to be so significantly larger than you are as a group, because they're making twice as much on every digital sale. Right? They're making twice as much. Like, they literally, there's not enough of you. Number one, there's not enough of you that are actually going to stick to your guns and stop buying. There's not enough. The actual percentage of people that will genuinely boycott and stop spending money is this tiny, teeny little percentage of the entire gaming world. You don't generate enough revenue to impact them. They literally don't care. Yo, what's good, Erica? I just got done watching Jason's vid. Perfect vid to show why Sony won't backtrack. Sony clearly already did a cost-benefit analysis on whether the cost of killing physical is worth it, or if going digital and vice versa, and this is what they chose. Record profits, by the way, you said that earlier. I already spoke to that. Their record profits are literally there because they make these types of decisions. They protect their profits. They literally protect their profits. That's what they do. Like, they have record profits because they protect them. And they fight to increase them. Now, you got to crunch the numbers that Schreier put out there, and you actually have to cut in on everybody's percentage going forward, because the cost to make the discs, to ship and package the discs, that's going up. Do you see? Here's an interesting post as well with respect to Xbox. This person says, why were they hiring people to work at Xbox that hate Xbox? Open up a can of worms with these Xbox games that run like butt and launching complete. So this guy says, I've always been an Xbox hater. Fun fact, I don't even own my own game on their crappy console. And this guy's like, why hire people? Do you understand that a lot of the people that they quote unquote hired, they didn't hire? They bought their studios or their parent companies, and a lot of those people probably don't like Xbox, and they don't like Microsoft. I mean, did you ever consider that? Did you ever consider that one of the reasons they've been very unsuccessful? They've been very unsuccessful in this environment is because they're scooping up talent, they're scooping up studios, and they're basically acquiring people that have no interest in really working for them. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think people understand this. Like, a lot of these people didn't go like, oh, I can't wait to work for Xbox. That guy sounds like he's been there for ages. Yeah, I mean, there's always the possibility that, like, somebody was like, well, I need a job, I guess I'll work here, I don't really like Xbox. But, like, I'm here to tell you that a lot of the people that were at these studios that got purchased by Xbox probably had no interest in working for Xbox or Microsoft. It's rare anyone likes their boss or the company that they work for. A lot of companies bought out. Hey, who bought it? Right. Like, I don't think that's unusual. I don't think they, like, ask people to, like, confess their undying love for Xbox when they buy the studio or even when they get hired. There's plenty of people that might get hired by a studio. Like, you could get hired to work on Call of Duty and you don't like Xbox. You don't like the parent company. You know what I mean? Like, that doesn't, I don't think that's, like, a big deal. I think that's actually common that you're going to have people that come and work for a company and actively don't like the company, but they're like, I need a paycheck, bro. Like, he said he finished college and went there. That could be a very long time ago. A majority of people don't like the company that they work for. Yeah, right? Like, do you like the company you work? It's like, this is one of the reasons, like, talking about this. It's like, people are so doe-eyed about it that, like, they think that everybody that works at these companies, like, loves them and wants to be there, and it's like a dream come true. And it's like, a lot of these companies, man, a lot of these companies have people working there that probably don't like working there, but they need a paycheck, and that's the place that would hire them. Yeah, I walked through the Dawnwalker previews at the beginning of the stream. It sounds like it's a very, very promising game. The time mechanic especially, sounds very interesting. So basically, anytime you do a mission or a quest or choose to do certain things in the game, it's going to cost you time, which means time will advance. And that's an opportunity. That's an opportunity cost. It could affect you come back from doing something and then something is gone, something has transpired because what you just went and did took time. Sony clearly already read that. I feel like this is like trying to compare that Bungie dev who didn't like guns and made a game about shooting aliens. Microsoft buying out a company is a little different. Yeah, well, and you could go and work at Bungie and not like guns. I am not anti-gun, but I certainly am not like, I'm not like a big gun guy. I like playing a shooter as much as the next guy, but I'm not really big on guns. I don't like to really be around them. If I need to use one, I'll use one. Like, if I'm at an event and people have them out and, you know, it's safe and done properly, I'm happy to partake. But I'm not like, woohoo, yay, yeehaw guns. Like, so I could see somebody going working at a company and being like, I don't really like guns all that much, but they're working at a company that makes a shooter. You might not like cars, and you could work at a company that makes a car game. Context. That tweet is trying to regurgitate the 343 controversy of people hiring people that said that they hate Halo and transpose that onto Oblivion with Xbox. Yeah, I mean, I remember that happening with Halo. They were hiring people that didn't like Halo. It seemed like they were actively seeking people out that didn't like Halo. And I wonder if that's gotten lost in translation through the telephone game of the internet. Were they trying to get people to come to the company that weren't like diehard fans? And because they weren't diehard fans, they were hoping they could help evolve the franchise. She just died. Attempts of her. The tweet's trying to relive the drama. It's so obvious. Xbox really screwed these devs. Pyramid Scheme says, Lono, I will partake in 2 rounds of that Colt 1911. That's right. I'll partake. I will shoot some bullets. This guy on Twitter says, I never remember you saying anything positive about the Game Pass service. In fact, I remember you one time when you were on your show with your wife, and when someone mentioned Outer Worlds 2, you said, I want to play things that are fun and engaging, not Game Pass slop. And if you really did say that the value was undeniable, I somehow missed it. Maybe you should have focused on that instead of making people focus about its sustainability and continuity, especially back in the days when it was cheaper and affordable, or just about everyone. Think about that for a moment. I mean, with all due respect to the guy saying this on Twitter, I'll say whatever the frick I want. I think talking about Game Pass's sustainability made perfectly good sense because I'm more interested in the business aspect of Game Pass. And when I said that I wasn't interested in playing Game Pass slop, I would need to know the context of me saying that. I don't ever remember referring to the Outer Worlds as slop. If I was referring to the fact that it wasn't ready and that Game Pass was requiring studios to push games out before they were ready, that to me is a problem with Game Pass, right? I don't remember referring to the Outer Worlds 2 as Game Pass slop. I literally played it on stream and was having fun with it, and then I got to the main town and the game ran like crap. So I stopped playing it, and I wasn't going to sit around and wait for a patch, right? I heard you say you like Game Pass before for your family. Yeah, historically speaking, I have always said that Game Pass is an enormous value. Like, it's and I argued it was an undeniable amount of value for the consumer, but it was too much value. It was unsustainable. And this guy's like, you shouldn't have focused on that. What do you mean I shouldn't have focused on that? You're literally talking to me like I should have been a walking, talking commercial for Game Pass instead of speaking about it honestly. Like, it sounds to me like because I didn't bootlick for your company, you're angry. You know what I mean? It's like you shouldn't have talked about the sustainability. You should have talked about the value. Why? Why do you want to be a walking commercial for Game Pass? What? Why? Only talk about the good, Lono. Don't talk about the fact that most of the games that we're dropping were broken messes. Right, like, in the context of that discussion, I might have been irritated. I might have been disappointed. I might have been like, dude, I went to play Outer Worlds 2 and was having a good time, and then I got to the town, and it's obvious that the game's not ready. You know? I don't want to play games like that. That's irritating. It's like renting out a mansion for pennies a month. It's not sustainable. It doesn't pay the bills to the landlord. Yeah, I don't think people fully realize, like, and this is one of the dilemmas with all of the bad actors that misrepresent what you say. I spent multiple years with people doing this. So there's all these people out here with false headcanon about me, and they're like, well, all you ever do is defend Sony. And it's like, I've been very critical of Sony over the years. You just watch liars who never, ever show you that. They only show you clips of me defending Sony. And commonly, they tee those clips up by coming into chat on alt accounts, and they say stupid things. And then I'm like, no, that's not Sony's fault. No, that's not Sony's fault. They'll make statements about Bungie and stuff. So they literally gaslight you into defending Sony, so then they can have a clip of you defending Sony, so they can say all this guy does is defend Sony. They're liars. They literally for years have had people in a Discord organized around coming here to clip with instructions on how to clip, what to clip. It's a whole group of people that do it so that they can feed their content funnel and lie about me. It's a very, very organized group of people that do this sort of thing. And then you'll have people like that where their headcanon is, well, you only ever defend Sony and you only ever trash Xbox. And it's like, I spent 8 hours talking about the physical thing and basically saying, like, I didn't like the fact that PlayStation was doing it, while also saying this is kind of where things are. Like, that's nuance. That's not just like a tribalistic shouting match where I'm like, PlayStation sucks. Game Pass for Legacy and single A, AAA content would have been much more sensible financially. Even then, that's a risk. Wait, really? Yes, really. They literally have people that are under strict instructions to come here and clip. They're told how to clip. They're told what to clip. We've even got it on pretty good authority. Some of them are paid to do it. They're literally compensated. So it's like they're literally setting up a narrative to lie so that then they can turn around and anytime you're critical, they can say, well, don't listen to that guy. All he does is hate on Xbox. What it is it's like it's a constant get out of jail free card. It's like if I'm being critical of their favorite brand, they can be like, well, we just spent the last 24 months convincing everybody that you only ever hate on Xbox and that you're a grifter and that you only ever defend Sony. And what they do is they consistently cherry pick the content. It's literally an organized thing. They're committed to it. We've got screenshots of them talking about how they're committed to hurting my esteem and like wanting me to quit and stuff. Like, that's part of this discussion every single time we have to talk about it. There are people literally that have never watched my show. They've seen clips of me from another person, and those clips were specifically engineered to make it look like that guy will never criticize Sony. There was a clip that somebody showed me of when I was talking with Colin, and the minute I said that I had told people that I would be okay with PlayStation 4 games going to the Nintendo Switch 2, and the person that was watching the clip got really, really angry, closed the clip, and said that I was lying. Well, why did they get upset? Well, because that completely shatters their false narrative about me. Like, that completely shatters their false narrative. The reason he got mad and started saying that I was lying, which is false, I literally said it. I said it in like February of this year. I was like, I have no problem with PlayStation 4 games going to the Switch 2. They could run on the Switch 2 perfectly fine, and you could expose Nintendo people to PlayStation property. That'd be a really great way to get them to buy a PlayStation handheld next year, right? And the person got visibly angry because it destroys the narrative. It's like, oh, no. We don't want Lono saying good things. We don't want Lono saying positive things. We've got to make him look like an idiot and a troll and a grifter and a liar. So he got mad, closed the clip, and said, don't lie. You never said that, which I actually did. And I don't ever go and watch the content about me. I don't. But somebody was showing the clip on Twitter, and I was like, I literally told my audience that I would be totally fine with that. It wouldn't bother me at all if PlayStation 4 games went to the Switch too. Like, why would I care? I didn't care that PlayStation games went to PC, and I encouraged people to buy them. Like, you see what I'm saying? It's organized, it's calculated so that they can control the narrative and keep people convinced. They can keep people convinced that, like, don't listen to that guy because all he does is bash Xbox and defend Sony. There are days where I'll try to cover Sony, and they'll come in and they'll intentionally bring up Xbox to, like, bait me into it. So, like, I've started to catch on. Like, sometimes I won't take the bait, sometimes I do. Depends on if I'm bored or not. Depends on if the conversation's run its course. Sometimes if we're 3 or 4 hours into a show, I'll be more apt to be like, that's fine, I'll debate this with you because I like a good debate. This guy says, you kind of defend Sony. Do you have examples of where I defended Sony and didn't have an actual thought out argument about it? Like, if I defend Sony, it's usually because it's against something that people are completely misrepresenting. A good example would be people are blaming Sony for Bungie, and it's like, that is a misrepresentation of the facts. I will fully go in on Sony when it comes to Bluepoint and having Bluepoint work on a live service game and shutting Bluepoint down. I was very critical of Sony doing that. I was. But the situation with Bungie, the facts are the facts. The history of Bungie makes it very clear. They mismanaged the studio. They mismanaged the money. They spent all the money they were making on Destiny, put their company into the red, and then PlayStation's having to clean it up. So blaming Sony for that is stupid. It's like, that doesn't even make any sense. It has nothing to do with them. But that's what they'll do, is they'll make a bad argument. They'll make a bad argument. They know it's bad faith. They know it's not facts-based. And they know that I'll push against it and say, now, hang on, that's not rooted in the facts. That's not true. They'll yank the clip and say, look, all this crap's happened with Bungie, and he'll defend Sony. Sony cops criticism for buying Bungie all the time. I think their purchase of Bungie made sense. I just think Pete Parsons oversold the company. He inflated the value, and he tricked them into thinking that they were going to bring all these amazing live service games to the platform, to the public, right? So I think the situation there is, like, you could fault them with getting tricked, you could fault them with getting duped or overpaying, but buying Bungie made perfectly good sense because I think that they saved Naughty Dog from harming the Last of Us franchise. I do. I think they saved Naughty Dog from harming the Last of Us franchise. I think the Last of Us factions would have come out, it would have done okay for a couple of months, and then it would have been clear they couldn't keep up with the cadence, and then it would be another live service blemish. It would be another live service blemish on PlayStation's ledger, and then The Last of Us would be sitting there looking kind of bad and looking kind of embarrassing. So I actually think they saved them from wasting time on that. I think PlayStation, whenever we've talked about this, I've gotten very critical of the fact PlayStation was far too bullish. I got a lot of flack from some guys that are like hardcore PlayStation fans on Twitter whenever they were trying to get all those live service games out by 2026. I said half of these games won't make it to the market and the other half won't even survive. And I pretty much hit a bullseye because it was 12. I said 6 are going to get canceled. I think 7 got canceled. I said the only ones that actually come to the market, about half of them will make it. And that's about where we've landed. Because Tokon's probably going to be successful. Helldivers 2 was successful. And then Gran Turismo 7 and MLB The Show are successful live service games for them. Everything else basically failed. I think that's literally what I said was going to happen. And I got a lot of pushback from PlayStation fans when I said that because they were all on the Jim Ryan train and they thought, yep, this is going to be great. They're going to dominate. They're going to have all these live service successes. And I was like, yeah, no, that's not going to happen. I was like, that's not going to happen. And I got pushback. But that doesn't make for good content. That doesn't make for good grifting. Because I'm just like sensibly saying, yeah, like I can't predict what PlayStation will do with their marketing. I'm very bad at that. Like if a state of play is coming or a showcase is coming, I'm not very good at predicting what they're going to do. I got a little bit better this summer when I made predictions about their state of play. I did pretty good. I got a lot of that right. Generally, I do pretty poorly there. When it came to PlayStation's live service efforts, I hit some bullseyes. I was like, half these games are going to get canceled. Half these games aren't even going to survive after they launch. This is too much. This is too many games. This isn't going to work. And then I've looked at games like Marathon. I said it was going to fail. I told you where it was going to end up. Look at the player numbers. That game's on borrowed time. Fair Games, no shot. Horizon Hunters Gathering, no shot. I'm sticking to my predictions on those. I don't think those games have a shot. They don't. So, when those things transpire, you know, that should be on my ledger. It's like, hey, I made these predictions about PlayStation making mistakes and doing bad, and they've largely come true. But if you come in and you say something inherently and patently stupid, I will push against it, and then then you have a clip of me defending Sony. The Bungie acquisition was unnatural. They didn't know what working with them was like, in contrast to Naughty Dog or Insomniac, and their portfolio was an awkward fit for Sony's narrative game lineup. They didn't get them for their portfolio. They got Bungie for their live service expertise. You have to remember that at the time they purchased Bungie was riding high. Destiny was looking really good. Bungie was making so much money, they bought themselves out of their contract. They were expanding. They were doing all this stuff. So they were looking pretty impressive. And it's like, hey, those guys could give us some help as we navigate our live service push. If you look at it from that perspective, I think the purchase starts to make more sense. The problem becomes how much they paid and the fact that they let Bungie operate independently. If they wouldn't have let Bungie operate independently and they would have spent a lot less money, I think they would have more quickly realized these guys are terrible. They're operationally idiotic. They're bloated. They waste money. Like, they're not managed well. Like, there's all sorts of things that I think would have been seen had they not allowed Bungie to be independent and had they paid less money. They wouldn't have had to take an impairment loss on the asset. Tsushima would make people on Nintendo play PlayStation. I think Horizon Steel Frontier, you mean the MMO? People don't realize that MMO is a mobile game because they're like, no, it's mobile and PC. Not really. It's mobile, and you'll be able to play it on PC through the Purple Launcher, and the Purple Launcher is literally a launcher for mobile games so that you can play mobile games on your PC, okay? So people don't realize that. That's a mobile game. I think the Horizon MMO has its sights set on the Chinese market. I think it has its sights set on the Chinese market. I think they're trying to go into the Chinese market with an MMO that could do very well. That's what I think's going on. That's why I don't think they bothered having that MMO be available on the console. Like, it kind of doesn't make sense, right? It kind of doesn't make sense. Like, why on earth would you take the Horizon IP and put it on a phone as an MMO? I think they're doing it because they want to have something to kind of break into the Chinese market. They want to expose the Chinese market to the Horizon IP, and then they probably could make a ton of money if it's a successful MMO. Sony was making that Horizon game. I think the Horizon game that they were making, that they pitched to them like twice, I think that the reason they pushed against that legally is it was probably it was probably going to have too much in common with Horizon Hunters Gathering, which I think is another non-starter that will fail. I think Fair Games and Horizon Hunters Gathering I think will fail. Like, I think their idea about live service, like, I get where they're coming from, okay? One of the biggest challenges with live service is you don't have an audience yet, okay? You don't have an audience yet. So, if you have an audience that likes Horizon and you make a live service game for it, well, you have a bunch of people who are already kind of like, oh, I'd like to go play that because it's Horizon. So I think on paper that makes a lot of sense. Okay? On paper that makes a lot of sense. That, like, there's a bunch of people who bought Horizon, they like Horizon, and they're like, hey, I want to go play that Horizon game. That game looks like it could be fun. I think the biggest mistake they made is that Horizon Hunters Gathering doesn't look like a Horizon game. It looks like a Fortnite limited time mode where you're, like, basically playing Monhun, baby's first Monhun. And so I don't think the content loop and I don't think the art aesthetic is going to draw lots of people in. They were told they'd have creative freedom. We all know that. Go make games, whatever games they wanted. Xbox failed by not overseeing them as much as they needed to be doing. I don't think that's the issue at all. Xbox's oversight wouldn't have changed the games that came out. No. It wouldn't have. Like, South of Midnight wouldn't have been more commercially successful. South of Midnight wouldn't have been more commercially successful. Doom the Dark Ages wouldn't have been more commercially successful. Avowed, The Outer Worlds 2, all these games, they would have been more commercially successful if, like, Xbox was monitoring the games. Because Xbox leadership doesn't know anything about games anyway. They're stupid. Like, they know nothing about gaming. Their decades of failure is proof of that. Like, oversight from Xbox doesn't mean anything when they're this bad. You know what I mean? Horizon will fail as well. I wish they had stuck with the Forbidden West look. Yeah, I don't think it'll do very well. Shinobi's reporting that the number of people laid off at id Software is 136 employees. We're now hearing that it's not half of the studio, it's a majority of the studio. Multiple sources said it was 50% of the employees. A warn notice has been filed in Texas. It's confirmed that the Xbox subsidiary ZeniMax Media has laid off 158 people. 96 of the redundancies are being made at the id Software in Richardson. 40 remote workers reporting into that location have been let go, indicating that 136 roles have been eliminated in total. The remaining 22 layoffs were made at Bethesda Game Studios in Austin. So when people were saying it was 50%, they thought it was just 90 people. So it's a majority of the studio then. But guys, they didn't close the studio. Marathon draw below 7,000 players a peak. Yeah, that game's done, boys. There's no hope for that game, I don't think. I think continuing to invest in it's stupid. Sorry, I know people like it, but there's no reason to, like, be gentle about the conversation anymore. The game's cooked. It has no future. It has no player base. It has no interest from the public. It's every dime spent on it is a wasted dime. Marathon is an absolute lost cause. It's a waste of money. Yeah, rip Doom. It's unbelievable that when they drop a DLC the size of a sequel that's getting tons of praise. It's amazing that they would get rid of most of the studio on the same day. It's truly remarkable. The hope that Fallout 5 will save Xbox. There's no Xbox to save. They're becoming a husk. They're becoming a husk. I mean, I don't even at this point. I don't even care what gets saved. Like, it just doesn't matter anymore. Like, who the frick cares? I hope as many studios and IPs can get away from them as possible. They're just a garbage company. They're terrible. You know, I ranted and raved for years about why you don't want them to buy studios because they're just so bad in this environment. And now they've gutted one of the pillar most long-standing influential studios in the history of gaming and first-person shooters, and their astroturfing fanboys will shrug at it and say it's necessary. You sound sad? It's sad. It's sad. Look, games that shaped me as a gamer were made by id Software. The first Wolfenstein 3D, Doom, Quake 2, Quake 3. Those games shaped me. They really did. Like, having to listen to, like, these weirdos these last couple of years talk about how, like, I'm a grifter and a fraud and, like, I'm a tourist. It's like, I literally played the games that shaped the industry. I played the games that shaped shooters. Like, I was there when the old magic was written. Like, having to listen to these losers these last couple of years was so infuriating. It was like, and like I said yesterday, I feel like I care more about the Xbox studios than the Xbox fans do. Like, there are Xbox fans here that are upset, but, like, the fanatics and the pundits and everything, it's like you guys don't, it doesn't even seem like you care about these studios. The number of people cheering Asha and her laying people off is absurd. I just think they're court jesters in a joke of a play. It's all an act. It's just a big play to them. They don't care. They probably never played any of these games. They don't even have a history with some of these studios. They don't care. They're just a bunch of court jesters. Remember when EA closed Maxis? Pandemic, we were there. $3 from Soy, thank you. Is it a coincidence that Doom the Dark Ages had the lowest engagement numbers on Steam compared to Doom 2016 Eternal after being acquired? Yeah. I just don't know what the real cause was, Tommy. I thought, like, here, when I saw the first Doom the Dark Ages trailers, I got super excited. I thought it looked dope. I thought it looked hardcore. I thought it looked cool, right? I did. I thought it looked great. I don't know if the Doom fans, like globally or like market wide, like, did they turn their nose up to it, or was it just as simple as like Game Pass really hurt its momentum commercially? I just don't know. It might have been a perfect storm of, like, you're attached to Xbox, there's a bit of a stink on the brand right now, people don't really like Xbox, Game Pass hurts your sales, you have a pretty significant departure from, like, what people loved about, like, Doom 2016 and Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal, and maybe they just got hit from all sides. You know, people were like, yeah, this really isn't what I wanted. Yeah, they didn't use Mick Gordon for the soundtrack. That's the weakest part of Doom the Dark Ages. I was playing last night, and the vibes and the feel and the combat's just so, I love it. I think it's so enjoyable. I was really enjoying it. And the The issue, though, is that there's just no music. Like, the music's just not really... It's just not there. You know? The music's weak. Was 2018 on Game Pass? You mean Doom 2016? I don't know. If it was back then, you know, Game Pass hadn't hit the subscriber heights that it had hit yet. People were still largely buying games. Forza Horizon 5 came out, and Forza Horizon 5 got a boost in sales from Game Pass. It was still in the early days. The market and the consumers hadn't been conditioned to switch their behavior yet. Music was the biggest disappointment for me personally. Music was the biggest disappointment for me, combined with some of the levels, like the dragon levels and like the levels where you're like a kaiju. I think there should have been one dragon level and one kaiju level, and that's it. Like a fun, hey, that was cool. Like, you know, whenever you're playing like the action adventure game or the shooter, and there's one level where you're like in a car trying to get away. I don't need to do that 3 or 4 times, right? I didn't need to do the dragon levels 3 or 4 times. I don't know how many there were. There were too many. It should have been once. Same with the big Rock'em Sock'em Kaiju levels. I think it should have been a one-time thing. It should have been like, that was cool, man, sweet. But like the second, third, and I think like fourth time, I was like, yeah, I'm getting tired of this. This isn't that cool anymore. If you had to sum up this entire console generation of gaming in one sentence, what would it be? The era of recycled content? No, because I think that's a common thing people are trying to do now. They're trying to do this thing. This is a common tactic, and I don't know if that's what you're doing, but there's a common tactic of trying to project Xbox's failures onto the entire market. I have not been dissatisfied with PlayStation this gen. I haven't been like, this has sucked, this has just been lame, blah, blah, blah. Returnal is one of my all-time favorite games. I have over 200 hours in it. I thought Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart was fantastic. I loved Miles Morales. I loved Spider-Man 2. Horizon Forbidden West and God of War Ragnarok were fabulous. Yote was spectacular. I also got really great exclusives like Rise of the Ronin and Stellar Blade. I thought Astrobot was a charming delight. It was a fantastic game. I thought Death Stranding 2 was a wonderful sequel. I liked the first one more. I thought the story was a little bit better in the first one, but I thought Death Stranding 2. We had great exclusives. The only big mistake was the 12 live service chase. I think the live service chase did a couple of things. It wasted Bend Studios' time. We could have a Bend game right around the corner if they wouldn't have done that. They wasted Bluepoint's time. Fundamentally got Bluepoint to a position where they needed to either become a support studio or leave, and they didn't want to become a support studio. And then I think they're wasting Guerrilla's time on Horizon Hunters Gathering, and I think they're wasting what's their name? Haven. They're wasting Haven's time on Fair Games. Right? Naughty Dog's efforts with factions was not something that PlayStation tasked them with. That was their own decision that they made in like 2018 or 2019. That wasn't from Jim Ryan's live service push. This is my personal feeling. I feel like there's been way too much focus on remasters and remakes. Remasters and remakes are the significant minority this gen. That's not a representation of this gen at all. I loved all those titles you mentioned, but my God, the remakes, remasters were egregious. I just don't agree. I think that's so overstated. I also think the way some of these studios overmilk their franchises was disgusting. Completely disagree. Horizon Zero Dawn remaster? Who cares? Why does that matter? It was a great treatment of the game, and then people that didn't have a PlayStation 4 could buy it and play it at the fidelity of the PlayStation 5. I loved playing through The Last of Us Part 1 remake. I thought it was an amazing treatment of one of their best games ever. The remaster of Last of Us Part 2, I thoroughly enjoyed. I got to play that game as if it was a PlayStation 5 game. And those games, and then Days Gone, obviously. Days Gone's in my backlog. I've always wanted to go back and play it, and that's a great reason to play it because it got updated. those games and those updates are like a blip on the radar against the overwhelming amount of other games that I've played. They're just such a small amount. It's like that just always gets overstated. I just feel like that always gets overstated. That like it's just been nothing but remakes and remasters, and it's like that's not true. And some of the remakes and remasters were pretty dope. And there's a game right now that everybody's really, really excited about. Well, not everybody, but a lot of people are really excited about Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced. It's out? I thought it was tomorrow. Capcom is Remake Central. I think Capcom's a good example, though, of both new and remakes and how they can coexist. They've got RE9. They've got Pragmata. They've got Onimusha. They've also done remakes. And I think they can both exist. Like, it's like this idea that, like, if they wouldn't have been making remakes, I'd have gotten 10 single-player cinematic games. Is Black Flag good? The original game is awesome. Yes. The new one is getting good reviews. It's not getting rave reviews. It's getting very good. It's getting solid good reviews. Days Gone is still in my backlog. It's just too big of a game for me to play right now. There's just too many games coming out. That's why when somebody says they're so dissatisfied with this gen, I'm like, I don't know what the frick you're talking about. I have really big games in my backlog that I don't have time for. I don't. What's my take on the physical situation? You've been here and you know my take. I don't know why you're asking that. I think it's a lost cause. I think the industry and the global community and the consumers have moved on from physical, and they will continue to move on from physical. And I think the metrics on a physical sale versus a digital sale will continue to get way worse to where you're gonna have to sell 3 physical copies to equal the profit margins on a digital copy. I think it's a lost cause. I think we should be fighting for digital ownership so that we're protected and actually own the things we buy digitally. I think we should be fighting for that, not physical. Not physical. I have so many games in my backlog. Like, I don't know what all these people are talking about. Again, my hunch is whenever somebody is saying what they're saying, they're either a gun and ball gamer that's not playing any of the new stuff, or they are quite literally a disgruntled Xbox fan that wants to project Xbox's failings onto the market. They always try to group them together. Oh, they've both sucked this gen. Oh, yeah. Sure. You should talk to Rob about this, seriously? I don't know who you're talking about. Who is Rob? Wasn't it like every major PlayStation 5 first-party release this gen outsold on physical versus digital? I don't think that that's true. I think that's old data. I don't think that that's the case anymore. I don't think it's been an outsell. Even the old data was pretty much a split down the middle. It's slowly moving away. The digital's going up and the physical sales are going down. There's stuff I like about Sony and Xbox, but both have had some flaws that cannot be ignored. Like you cannot share digital games. Yes, I can. I do it all the time. What are you talking about? My wife plays every game I purchase. She can play it on her PlayStation. What do you mean? Rob of Rule of Two Review. Homie, I'm not trying to be that, like, dismissive, arrogant content creator. I don't know who you're talking about, and I don't know why you think I should talk to them. I'm happy to have people on the show. I enjoy having people on the show. I don't have a way of contacting somebody that I don't know. I don't know who you're speaking about. Sharing outside of your family is rough with digital, as it's always been. When have you ever had an easy time sharing digital games with your friends outside of like doing the family home console thing? When has it ever been easy? Oh, you meant Rod, the slasher guy? I met him at E3 2019. He follows me on Twitter. I don't know why. He unfollowed me when I got canceled in 2020, and has since refollowed me. And I DM'd him to be like, hey, curious why you followed me. I always thought he should look into what happened to me in 2020 and do a full report on it, since there was a time where that's what he did. But that's my point. Never. I don't know if I want wanton, unrestricted sharing of games, because I think that leads to loopholes, which could fundamentally hurt sales, and we don't want things that hurt sales. Xbox has learned that. I don't think we want that. We don't want to. Here's one of the dilemmas I think that we're facing is that, like, remember when I said that I felt like Stop Killing Games was asking for too much and they were going to make it hard to get anything passed? Because when you ask for that much, you make it really easy for regulators to dismiss you, or you also make it easy for the companies to argue against you, right? You don't want to make that easy for them. You want it to seem like this is a slam dunk easy thing. If you make it super, like, if you over ask, right, you're less likely to get what you want. It's like my kiddos, my daughter would like one of my old computers and she would like to use it for school, the upcoming school year. But she wants it but she wants it in her room. And I'm like, well, you're asking for too much. I don't think I want a computer in your room. You're 12. We can put it in the living room and you can use it to do your schoolwork out there. That's not what she wants, right? So I'm trying to teach her, like, yeah, you got to ask for something more reasonable. So in the situation with Stop Killing Games, I said similar things. I said, like, you should ask for something more reasonable. Like, you're asking for so much, you're unlikely to get it. This situation with digital, if you're wanting like wanton, unrestricted freedom with digital so that you can like trade, get rid of, sell, all of that, right? You're asking for too much. These companies are never going to let you do that, because the companies could go to court and very winsomely argue and say, listen, if you do that, you're going to hurt our bottom line. You're going to hurt our profitability. You're going to make it easy for people to steal games and redistribute games. You think Stop Killing Games is asking for too much? Yes, I do. I don't think people understand the ramifications of what Stop Killing Games is asking for. It would have seismic and global impact on small studios and medium-sized studios that are trying to make games that have any live service or online aspects at all. They're asking for too much. I don't think they're going to win their fight because I think they're asking for too much. I support their notion. I support their cause. I think they're asking for things that are unreasonable, that are easy for companies to shoot down in court. Like having at the launch date of your game, telling people when the game is going to end, that's ridiculous. No one can do that. Every studio of every size is supposed to build their game with an exit strategy of either updating their game to be offline or handing the game over so the public can set up their own servers. That's unreasonable. Every game studio can't do that. They're like, well, we've spoken to people and it's actually very easy. And it's like, again, there's a game that came out by a small studio called Far Far West, right? It's got online components. I've also played games like It Takes Two, and It Takes Two uses the EA servers for matchmaking, right? If a game like that has to create some sort of a system from the very beginning to allow you to play it in perpetuity with your own servers, or create some kind of an offline mode. There's so many problems that enter the picture when you do that. No way they're asking for too much. Live service is specifically exempt. Smaller studios shouldn't make games if they have to license everything out. Live service games are not specifically exempt. You don't even know what you're talking about. You don't even know what you're talking about. They literally have in their targets games that require dedicated servers, must create a plan from the beginning so that whenever they go to shut down, if they run out of money or what have you, they have to be able to hand the game off to the public and say, here, you can set up your own private servers. That's literally one of the problems with it, is that like live service specifically exempt? What do you know? That's not true. One of the things they're literally asking for is games that utilize servers to set up and give the ability for the public to set up private servers. Brother, I don't even like you understand what they're asking for. Live service is exempt because you have a start and end date. 30 days or what, or whatever you want it to be. What? Homie, no. They're not exempt. Brother, if they're exempt, then that's all anybody's going to do to get around the legislation. We're just a live service game. We'll just give you 30 days notice when we're going to shut the game down, and then you don't have access to anything anymore. Everybody would just do that. You're not going to get anywhere if all you got to do is that, and then you're exempt. Yeah, we'll just give people 30 days notice. Yeah, the servers are shutting down in 30 days. All right, see you guys later. We don't have to do any of the things that the Stop Killing Games movement asked for. The game that kicked off the whole Stop Killing Games thing was an effing live service game. I don't think you have a full grasp on what Stop Killing Games is asking for. I think that's one of the problems. Even this person said you will receive live service more. I think there are more reasonable things we can ask for. I think asking for like wanton, unfettered ability to trade games or share games, you're never going to get that, because that's just going to create loopholes and opportunities to steal, and the companies will very easily argue against. Okay? They'll very easily argue against that, any kind of legislation, okay? I also think if you argue for too much in this Stop Killing Games initiative, you're going to give the companies, I said this months ago, I said you're going to make it very easy for the companies to argue against the legislation. It's going to be very easy for a company to go in and argue this is undue harm. It'll have ramifications that'll affect medium and small businesses. You're going to actually harm the industry by doing this, which will in turn then hurt consumers, and they'll have less games and options and choices of games to play. Any single player marked with multiplayer will need server binaries. Stop Killing Games will pass. Not in its current state, I don't think so. There are way too many big companies with deep pockets that can fight against it for a long time. They don't think the companies are going to agree with it. That's why they're trying to get the government to force them to do it. I don't think you guys understand the scope of what's going to happen when that thing tries to pass. People with more money than what you can even dream of are going to fight against it. They're going to fight against it. And they're going to be able to argue rather winsomely that you're creating undue harm for all sorts of companies. Like, I'm telling you, they're going to have a very, very hard time getting that thing to go through. It failed in Europe after 2 years of campaigning. Yeah, if you fail in Europe, you're going to have a really hard time having success in the U.S. because the European regulators are way, way more likely to be on your side and to favor you. They got lobbied, and the people involved had no idea what they were talking about. Sad state of affairs. Check my messages above. Street Shadow says, I think the question's worth having, and honestly think about how we as players and the game's making them versus our interest. Oh, hang on a second. This may sound like what about Xbox, but why does the digital game chatter get so much reaction with Xbox layoffs and studios being shut down? Do we expect that from Xbox now? This is the same feeling, worry I see with physical digital fight. The discussion will keep shifting the goalposts. Well, and the Xbox boys and the PC boys trying to take PlayStation to task over the digital only thing is rather humorous because the PC boys are all digital, so hilarious. And the Xbox boys have been celebrating Game Pass for 6 years, which is all digital, and you don't own anything. So watching those people stoke the fires and rally against PlayStation is just very humorous. You know, there's a lot of comedic value watching people who have celebrated digital only for years try to take PlayStation to task for it. It's just very, very funny. Convincing me more and more the PC is the way to go, and to forget about these consoles. These consoles are garbage. I mean, that just feels like weak bait. I'm not taking it. That doesn't feel like a genuine comment. I don't really care where you play. I'm not arguing you into one particular place. AOZ says, why do games need protection but productivity applications do not? Creature says, it's wild to me. For $70, I have to give you all my crap. Right, the idea that because you bought a game once for $50 or $60 that you get like perpetual claim on everything that they've ever done, like the servers, their infrastructure, any of their security stuff, right? Like all their security protocols, that you get to get access to all that. They were literally saying that subservice is the way going forward, and now it's all about physical. See the comment before the last one. Stop killing games will die once comparisons to regular commercial retail software come into play. You have to make a version of Adobe products that can go offline. Will you discontinue them? Yeah, as soon as they start, as soon as they start drawing parallels to those other things, that's the other problem, is you'll get like Adobe and other people in the room. And when that happens, you're going to have a really, really hard time getting it to pass. You just are. This gen has sucked, especially for PlayStation. So few exclusives. We added up the exclusives. That's false. They've had more. That's not true. And I'm not going to do all the homework for you again. I'm just going to tell you that what you're stating is false. It's probably just an attempt again to bait. It's just not true. We falsified that claim 10 times over. If you believe it, then you're either believing somebody who's lied to you, or you're just baiting and you're not here in good faith. Either way, I don't care to help you get educated about it. Stop Killing Games has not been very effective. It doesn't help that it attracts the most knuckle-dragging anti-woke crowd as their loudest voices. SDO says PlayStation has had bangers this gen, and this gen for games has been a 9 out of 10 in my opinion. The issue is all the politics and consolidation crap. It feels that way to me. Maybe good exclusives, I guess. Your position changed really quickly. Now you're saying there was good exclusives, and just a second ago there were so few. I don't understand. This person says, "What a disgusting, evil, and scummy company." Let's listen to this clip from Schreier. What's he saying here?
And this is just an estimate. There are a lot of variables here. There are kind of deals that publishers can make, and there are ups and downs in the market and disc prices, and things change all the time. So this is very much an estimate, but it's still a helpful frame of reference when you're looking at this, because you can see just how big a chunk Sony is now going to get that they were otherwise losing. So let me break this down a little bit. I'm reading from this blog, and I'll post a link in the show notes, so be sure to check it out if you want to see the numbers for yourself. So take a physical video game, $70 physical video game.
Okay, we already listened to this. So PlayStation breaking down the numbers and making sure that they get the best amount of profit on a sale makes them an evil and scummy company. Please apply that logic to all of the AA studios and indie studios that literally avoid physical for the same reason. Thank you for not being consistent. It's not a consistent position. It's not. It's ignorant Karenisms is all it is. It's just a bunch of ignorant gamer Karens out here. It's like they're not an evil, scummy company because they're like, hey, the margins on digital versus physical are getting kind of bad. We should shift away. Indie studios and AA studios literally do this every week and month for years now because the numbers aren't there. They protect their bottom line. So that means all those companies are evil and scummy too. And you'd be like, well, they're smaller and don't make as much money. What the frick difference does it make? They're still a company protecting their interests and their survivability in the market. Dan with 58 months. I'm sitting here with a physical copy of Destiny 2 playing the Forsaken campaign, said no one ever. It's just, there's so much Karenism going on right now. What's actually interesting, too, is, like, we've heard for years that, like, PlayStation's in trouble and they're not making enough money. And then they're like, yeah, you know what? You're right. We need to protect our interest. And yeah, you're making so much money. Wait, I thought PlayStation was in trouble and failing and not doing well. Which is it? You got to choose which narrative. We've heard for years now that PlayStation's doing bad and they're in trouble and they're down and they're losing and they're not making enough money, and then they come out and they're like, we need to do this to ensure that we protect our margins, and you're like, you guys are making record profits. Oh, I thought that they were in trouble. That's interesting. Huh. So the facts are only used when they're convenient to your position. Interesting. It's weird. It's weird how that works out. I mean, if I would have believed a lot of these people the last couple of years, I'd have thought PlayStation's in a bad spot. You know? They're down bad. Why aren't you talking about how bad Sony's doing? I was told that so many times the last couple of years. It's really weird. Huh. Check the Sony financials as to why physical only matters to a very small minority. Oh, yeah. We've been talking about that, 50 plus. We've been talking about that. Yeah, here comes this genius. Not record net profit. There it is. They're making record profits, but according to a person who gave me $180 to spew falsehood last week, they're not making record net profit. Hell, super chat a couple more times to tell us about the different kinds of profit. Homie went hard in the paint last week talking about how Game Pass is profitable and Xbox is profitable. And now all the reports are coming out being like, yeah, not really. They weren't really profitable. Minecraft was subsidizing basically the whole business. You want to give me another crisp 180 in euros to talk about how profitable Xbox and Game Pass is? You want to go another round on that merry-go-round? I don't mind. I feel like buying some bourbon tonight. Profit is net, not revenue. Shh. Rope, don't. Let him go. Let him cook. It's not net profit. Okay. Whatever you say, man. Oh my goodness. Boom, 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 boom. Nobody's talking about what a powerhouse Minecraft is for that. I had no idea. You know what it reminded me of, Bajanga? It reminded me of the interview with Phil Spencer when he was like, Famitsu's like, well, what changed your mind about this? And he was like, Minecraft. It was like, why are you making these significant changes and turning into a publisher, Phil? And he was like, Minecraft really changed our view of this. I wonder why. Minecraft was keeping the lights on. Like, what's interesting is that he said that, and that was around the time that they were justifying buying all these studios, and it makes sense, right? Like, they buy Mojang, and then, like, Minecraft basically subsidizes their entire gaming division. And they're like, whoa, frick. We should go buy more games that can do that for us. So that's why they went after King Mobile and Call of Duty. They were looking for more ways to subsidize gaming. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what they were doing. They were taking that as like, that was their new business strategy. That's why Phil said, ABK is not our strategy. It's an accelerant to our strategy. Their strategy was, let's buy stuff that can pay for this thing to keep going. Let's buy big, established money makers. Because Minecraft did that for them. They were like, let's do that again. What they didn't consider was that the operational costs of Mojang and Minecraft is like minuscule in comparison to the operational cost of a giant edifice like ZeniMax, Bethesda, or a Leviathan like ABK. Like, they didn't consider that. They're one of the reasons Minecraft is just so good is because their operational costs are probably a slice of the pie, like a fraction of a fraction compared to operationally what it takes to run Activision Blizzard. I'm a CEO of a mid-sized company. Sony's 100% doing the right thing, and they owe that to their employees, shareholders, and customers more than they own the disc lovers. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I actually care more about the company keeping everybody employed and staying profitable so that things can continue and the studios can keep making games. I prefer that continue more than your ability to buy discs. I do. I'm going to be a bit Darwinist about it and say survival of the fittest. I want them to survive. I want the studios to remain profitable. I want them to make as much money as possible because then they will continue to fund the things that I like. I care about that more than your ability to buy discs. I do. Because it's like if they appeal to you and they continue to make less and less money on the physical sales, and they continue to work against rising costs of everything because of the AI situation, the tariffs, shipping costs, and what have you, and they continue to work against that, and they continue to make less money, what are they going to do? Well, they're going to find ways to protect their profits. They'll downsize. They'll shutter studios. They'll cancel projects. They'll either let people go or they'll raise the prices for me. It's like, if a way to protect a lot of this and a way to keep things running in a good way with respect to margins, if a good way to do that is to say physical's not in the cards anymore, I'd much rather them do that than for you to continue to be able to buy physical. The overall health of the industry matters way more than your preferences. Mojang devs are like, we get 45 weeks off vacation a year and living wage. We don't give a crap how much Xbox takes. What's Leo claiming we have rights to? Here's the thing. Imagine how many of these live service games Sony greenlit that wouldn't have been made had they been asked for a monthly fee instead of a one-time fee. Legality is created out of morality? Legality is created out of morality? No, I don't think so. I don't think that's philosophically sound. Like, morality is a metaphysical concept that certainly guides aspects of legality with respect to things that we would consider to be immoral, but it does not guide all legalities, because a lot of legalities are actually dictated by people using reason, science, facts, logic to argue the ethics or something, or the fairness of something. Now, you could argue that ethics and fairness and concepts are basically just sub-concepts of morality, because what is fair? If you're only purely measuring things within the physical realm, what is fair? Is it fair that a lion eats a gazelle? Is it fair that most predators within the animal kingdom try to find and eat and consume weaker and younger animals because it's easier for them to get them? Survival of the fittest. I mean, that's why they do it, right? So the idea of fairness, the idea of morality, the idea of right and wrong is not a physical concept. It's a metaphysical concept. So if you're going to argue that those concepts are what legality comes from, I think at a ground level, justice in and of itself, the justice system, the idea of justice, right, wrong, even scales, is certainly rooted in these metaphysical concepts. They don't have ground in nature itself. You don't derive justice, fairness, or legality or morality from nature. You don't. It's not there. So in the realm of like entitlements with gaming and rights and things like that, you get into like consumer rights and consumer protections. We would argue the fairness or the rightness of our ability for our money being used to purchase something, and then that something being protected. Laws are simply rules that we follow so everyone is okay. Logically, it would be beneficial to zap all, but we don't because morality. Logically, it would be beneficial. I actually don't think that that's true. I mean, it sounds like you've been reading Mein Kampf or something. Like, no, logically it wouldn't. Because even if you look at things like with the cold logic of, oh, well, but they're a drain on society, that's only one way of measuring, like the poor, the sick, the weak, the elderly, you know, the handicapped or what have you. That's only one way of measuring what they bring to society. They could bring elements of ingenuity. They could bring elements of creativity. They could bring art. They could contribute to society in a way where maybe others are unwilling to, right? Like certain jobs and things like that maybe other people aren't willing to. Maybe they could do certain jobs better, right? So like I actually don't think that that's a logical way of looking at it. I know that sounds good, but I feel like what you're trying to claim is that if you start looking at things through zeros and ones, you're like, well, people that are a drain on society, it would logically make sense to kill them. No, it wouldn't, because there could be ramifications, and those negative ramifications would then be reasons to not do it. Like if you measure the impact of you know, what would happen if you got rid of them. Handicapped people are a burden on society. We need another person to take care of them. I'm not talking about savant, but an actual handicap. So in an attempt to invoke purely logical language, you're invoking metaphysical language. So you're invoking non-logic. You're invoking burdensome language as a negative, as a bad. So you can't get away from it. You're saying they're a burden, that's bad. As soon as you come up with the qualification of burden and bad, you're not speaking purely logically, you're speaking metaphysically. You're making a quality assessment that only matters on a metaphysical weighing system. So like, it only matters if there's good and bad. It only matters if there's right and wrong. You'd be arguing that it's wrong for them to be a burden on society and that it's right and good to get rid of them. It's unavoidable. You can't stay purely cold logic on this. It's not possible. It's not a mathematical equation. The mathematical equation is still solving for what's best. What's best is a metaphysical concept. Like, you're not saying 2 + 2 = 4. That's pure, cold, hard, binary logic. Like, you're getting there just through the pure science of the measurement. 2 + 2 = 4. The minute you say X person is burden on society, therefore bad for society, you're invoking non-logic, non-mathematical language. You're invoking metaphysical language, and you failed to fundamentally only measure things logically. Because you'd have to measure the impact of getting rid of them as well. What could that cause? It could cause fear, social unrest. It could cause damages to the fabric of society and the stability of people getting along, which in then turn could be a greater bad. So you'd need mathematical measurements for the greatness and the worstness of it to determine which is the best course of action. What's best is not wasting manpower and handicaps mathematically or logically or evidence-based, as you said earlier. That's not true. No. You would have to argue you're arguing for what's best, which would be a belief and not a logical mathematical claim. That would be a belief. It would be your belief that we're not, quote unquote, wasting manpower on them. You're invoking belief language now. You're not invoking logical or mathematical language. You're invoking a language of belief and ideology, which is not rooted in math or logic. It's rooted in presuppositions. Presuppositions are a priori beliefs that you hold before you get to the equation. So you have a prior belief about what is best and what is good, which are drenched in metaphysical measurements, and then you're attempting to then invoke just cold hard logic. You think that you're doing just pure math and logic, and you're not. So, yeah. It's impossible to have any sorts of discussions like this without entering into the metaphysical, because even your ability to think and reason and have thoughts, that's a metaphysical concept. Those are not physical things. Your thoughts, your ability to reason, your ability to think, those are not physical concepts. Those are metaphysical concepts. That's an epistemology. It's an epistemological reality that you have the ability to think and reason. That's a belief that you have. No, I'm not. I'm saying mathematically you're wasting resources on a person you will not receive resources from as a society. No, again, you're invoking belief. You're invoking belief in metaphysical measurements. That's not a purely mathematical and logical measurement. Because you have a prior belief before you even calculate it. You have a belief about the fact that the resources are wasted. Somebody else could argue that the resources are not wasted because the resources spent keeping an elderly person or a sick person or, like a handicapped person, the resources spent keeping them alive could give somebody a job. And then that person has a job, and then they pay taxes. And then those taxes go to education, which then helps the children learn. Like, there's a seismic impact that would happen if you completely detonated that entire thing, that entire edifice. You're looking at it very simplistically. There's an entire system in place that cares for people that are old, sick, dying, or handicapped, and it generates lots of money, it generates jobs, it generates proficient citizens. So what you're arguing for is a very one-dimensional view of it that's drenched in belief. You understand? Like, you look at it that way, and you're forgetting all of the other aspects of it. The person stays alive for society cohesion, not for a return. Yeah, but there's so many facets to them being kept alive, and that you're not acknowledging those things. If right now you got rid of all of those things and you just said, whenever somebody is that sick and they're going to be a drain on society, we just shoot them and throw them in a ditch, right? What you would do is you would eliminate an entire like nationwide system of jobs and income and taxpayer dollars that go into all these other systems that keep us, that keeps roads paved, that keeps police forces and military funded, like all of those people working in those fields of medicine, in those fields of care for the handicapped, care for the sick, care for the elderly, right? So what you're doing is you're approaching this from sort of like an early first century Roman philosophical view about all that matters is strength. So they would just let old people die in the street. They thought the poor, the elderly, the sick, infants and things like that, they didn't care about them. They were a drain. They were not something that would lift the empire of Rome up, right? They'd be a drain, right? So, but if you look at it now and you look at what happens and you look at what like the institution of hospitals caring for the sick, like the Roman Empire didn't even care about that. That was not something they cared about. Like caring for the sick, that was a stupid idea. Why? You're sick, you're weak. It's a waste of time. Like the idea of like hospitals and the idea of caring for the sick and caring for people that have been injured or whatever, it all comes from the same place. It comes from a way of viewing humans. It's sort of an anthropology. The view of humanity being that it has inherent value and dignity that is worth preserving, right? And that extends beyond just, I got sick and I need medicine for my tum-tum or my arm is broken. That view of humanity extends beyond just that. It extends into care for the elderly, care for the handicapped, right? When you get into that framework, you start to see that there's an entire edifice built within the United States, especially of for-profit medical care. Now, there's huge good here, huge bad here. This is extremely nuanced. But if you got completely rid of care for the elderly, care for the sick and dying, care for, patients that are terminally ill and are not going to get better, care for handicap, if you got rid of all of that, you're getting rid of an entire industry of people that earn an income, they're good citizens, they pay their taxes, and they care for the sick, the elderly, and the handicapped. So, like, again, you can't purely eliminate that with logic. You have to approach it with beliefs, with presuppositions about what is best, what is not best, what is the ultimate good that you're seeking for society. As soon as you enter into the decision making of like what is for the ultimate good, you invoke words like good, burden, best, bad, worse. As soon as you're using those measurement pieces of language, those are not mathematical concepts. Those are metaphysical concepts. Math is 2 + 2 = 4. Miles to the gallon. These are pure mechanical measurements that have no value brought to them. There's no you cannot say 2 + 3 is better than 2 + 2. You can't say that. That's not a mathematical measurement. You can't. 2 + 3 is better than 2 + 2. What does that even mean? What do you mean better? It's just math. You're just doing calculations. If I have 2 and I add 2, it's 4. If you have 2 and you add 3, it's 5. It's not automatically better. I got shot 5 times and you got shot 4 times. That's better. No, you got shot. That's bad. In that calculation, that'd be bad. I don't want to get shot. I got punched. I got hit. I got whatever. 4 times versus 5 times. Having more is not universally better. right? As soon as you bring better as a measurement to the table, you're not bringing a mathematical or purely logical thing to the table. You're bringing something metaphysical to the table. Chase with a $5 super chat says, almost time for AC Black Flag Resynced, but why do I see some people celebrating that AC Shadows failed and they won? I don't know. I don't really care why people are celebrating that. The evidence is companies sell you games with online components and can take it away. If you sell, you sell. If you provide a service, you provide a service. I disagree because LS should have binaries too. Live servers have binaries too. I don't know what you're talking about now. It depends. If you're starting a rap career in the early 2000s, those 5 shots are better. Did I miss your super chat? Soy with the $3 super chat. I don't remember a commandment about disk drives. That's good. That's good. Guys, could we get 30 more likes on the video? We got kind of way out of topic there, but whenever somebody starts invoking those types of words, it's hard for me not to take the bait. It's hard for me not to take the bait. I've been listening to my my history of philosophy lectures again, and we just got through Hegel and Marx, which is really interesting. What how one led to the other. But try to get us to 400 likes. That's actually really helpful to the video, especially later when the video is a past broadcast. The segment that we go to next. Sorry, I was like losing my train of thought here. Like I get deep into those trenches and it's hard to get out. So the segment that we're going to next is the green room, and this is where we kind of plan. We kind of plan the next day segments, the next day shows. So we kind of look into the news and kind of seeing what's going on. So we will be doing that. Now, if you want to come with us, you need to be a member. So you got to click join. It's $5, and you can come with us to the Discord. If you're over there on Twitch, same deal. You become a sub by using your Prime or hitting the sub button and spending the $5. That does support me directly. We've continued to see people not really do that on YouTube, and I'm just going to continue to say it, that if you like this show every day and you like the fact that it's hours and hours of content every month, that's something that if you want to keep it, supporting it is a great way to ensure that it's still around. That is literally how I do this full time. There's not really another way to do live streaming full time without it being fan funded, because these platforms are not built for the other way that YouTubers make a living, which is ad revenue. Most YouTubers do not live stream to the degree that I do because it's unproductive, is what they would say. So we are a transplant. We were on Twitch for 5 years, and now I'm in both places. So yes, that is how I do this. So if you listen on a regular basis and you consume the content and you're like, man, this is great, and I like this, that $5 a month goes a long way. So use the Discord command in chat or the Discord link in the description below. That is where we are headed now. Thank you for all the support today, all of the love, and I will see you guys in the Discord. If I don't see you in the Discord, I'll see you tomorrow. All right, take care.